This is reading default.
And it should be reading this microphone. This is the microphone that I want it to read. Okay, so default microphone is a problem with Voicemeeter. All right, apologies. Hello, how are you? My name's Joe Sondow, and I have been speaking in silence for a little while because of computers being challenging. So let me get this out of the way. And um, what are we doing? We are working on continuing work on a Twitter bot for making crossword puzzles automatically. I've made a bunch of Twitter bots before, and it's time to make another. I've been working on this for on stream for a few weeks, and for context, I will just show anyone tuning in. I have some game Twitter bots that are, for several reasons, less popular than um, some of my like art and comedy Twitter bots, uh, but more sophisticated and more interesting in their own ways. But I think there could be some changes made that might make them more appealing. Um, One of them is Emoji Tetra, which is like Tetris, but with emojis and polls, and people vote on what the next move should be. Um, that's my cat who wants lots of attention. Uh, then what I plan on doing, oh, and I have a emoji snake game, and it looks like the retweeting worked. I have automated retweeting of my automated tweets from Twitch streaming. Um, so that's good. And the idea, so this is like Snake, but very slow on Twitter with polls. Um, and I have a bunch of other ones that are in that vein, poll based types of things. Um, but I also have some other ideas, including this one for making crossword puzzles automatically, tweeting them out as images with alt text, then having people reply to those puzzles to like fill them in with words. And if those words are correct, then those players get credit for filling in letters that were not yet filled in on the puzzle. And their scores get recorded in a database and reported out at the end of each week of who had the high score, and to make people not be able to game the system too much and automate too much, or play too fast so that nobody else gets to play at all. Um, there will be some timeouts of like how long somebody can, how long somebody has to wait after they've entered a correct word before they can enter another word. Kind of like if you ever see words on stream, that type of thing where there's a mechanism to prevent someone from hoarding all the points for themselves very quickly. And the last few streams of this development phase have been about getting the generating a crossword puzzle in memory, not a puzzle, the generating a copy of a puzzle object in memory with all of the stuff that's in it still in it, but with one small change, like adding a word in. And now, the last part that I left off on was starting to make this puzzle composer class, uh, which a lot of what I had to do at the end of the last session of coding was write this big pile of pseudocode, instructions of like how I'm going to code this. So, another thing I should mention before it happens, and I'll mention it once in a while, is that I get chronic migraines and they have a lot of triggers for them. And one of them is sitting and concentrating for too long without moving. And I don't feel it until it's too late. But I've found that if I get up and dance for 15 to 30 seconds every 15 minutes, then the chance of there being a problem is significantly lower. Hiccup Truck, thank you for following. Welcome and hello. Um, so every 15 minutes, you will hear some music, and I will get up and I will dance. And I encourage you, if you would like, to get up and dance with me. It's good to interrupt your sitting, and you can sit much longer if you interrupt it and just get up and do something once in a while. Hello, Hiccup Truck. Nice to meet you. That's a cool little dance emote. I'm all for the dance emotes, and I need to make some of my own. I haven't yet, but that's a definite feature of my stream that I want to emote it up and have some have some dancing going on in the chat. Hiccup Truck, did you? I'm guessing that you found this because of the retweets from one of my Twitter bots, which I just turned on today. And I'm curious to ask you if you know which bot it was. It was I turned it on for Emoji Meadow, Emoji Aquarium, Emoji Tetra, and Emoji Snake Game. You might not know if you follow more than one of those, but I'm curious to know which one alerted you to the stream. It did. Emoji Meadow. Okay, right on. Welcome. Nice to meet you. So I'm working on another bot, a crossword puzzle bot, and I'm up to the part where I'm trying to make crossword puzzles automatically based on dictionary files. And I have a whole bunch of dictionary files of words that are like a certain length with a certain letter in a certain position, because that's what I want to know when I'm filling in another word in a crossword puzzle like arrangement of squares. So let's just review what we have so far in this compose method. So first, this is to make a crossword puzzle from scratch based on dictionary files. We randomly pick an arrangement, which is one of these. There'll be more later, but this is a sampling of ones that I've drawn, where it's like five. These are like representations of squares where you can put letters, and then dots represent like black squares where you cannot write anything. And so this would be like a 5x5 square interlocking with another 5x5 square. In this font, it doesn't look like they're squares, but they would be squares when rendered as squares with equal height and width. So we will pick a random. This is just some code to say pick a random one of those, get an arrangement, make a new puzzle object out of that arrangement, but have it be empty, and then get the list of all the answers, the units in that puzzle that are going to be filled in with answers. Pick a random starting word line from the set of longest word lines. So this was a big thing I did last time, was just being able to sort all the answers of the puzzle based on length, to be able to pick all of one of the longest ones. So for example, if we had this pattern, this arrangement of like two long ones and then a bunch of short vertical ones, then we want to start out by picking one of the two long ones, but we don't care which one. We don't want it to always be the first one, because that would influence the likelihood of what words can go where. So we want all answers sorted by length, with the longest ones first. Pick a random starting word line from the set of longest word lines. Why is this underlined? I don't know. That's a word, longest. What's wrong with longest? From the set of, it's a grammar check. Okay, sure. From the set of the longest word lines. Replace this strategy with a loop later. For now, just try pulling the first word. What did I mean by that? So I think I was picking, I found that it was like semi-random if I have like two different long words in the crossword puzzle, which one comes out as the first one? It's usually the first one. It might be the second. Oh, dance break time. Yes. Yes, and that's why I need emotes. That's why I need dance emotes in my channel. Thank you very much, Hiccup Truck, for celebrating the dancing with me. And please feel free to groove in your chair, in or standing where you are. You got it. Yeah, I appreciate it. Um, so here I said replace this with a loop later. For now, try just pulling the first word. That's fine. It's actually not going to matter a whole lot. I don't want to. Oopsie. I don't want to spend too long perfecting something small. That won't really be noticeable. So yeah, sure, we can pull out the first one. It might usually be the first long word, but that's fine. And then randomly choose one letter position in the word. So we'll get the index or position number of one of the letters in that long word. And then we'll randomly pick a common starting letter, which I looked up online. It's these EARIOTN, common letters. We will get a random common letter, and then we'll open the file for that word length, letter position, letter choice. And that's where I stopped last time. But let me see here. Where's my data? Target. So if we were doing 5 by 5, or if we're doing something with 5-letter words, and we're pulling them out, and we pulled the letter E, and we said it's in position 2, then we would want to open up the file that is 5E2. 5e2.txt contains all the words from the database that I found of crossword puzzle words and their clues. All the answers, not necessarily words, but answers where the second letter is an E and the word is 5 letters long. You'll notice that most of these don't look like words. And that's because lots of things end up in crossword puzzles that aren't words. They're abbreviations, they're acronyms, initialisms, they're words in other languages, they're like various excuses to shove things into a crossword puzzle and be bizarre. So a lot of these are probably too hard for my taste. So I might want to run through some process of reducing these down. I don't know what that would be yet, because a lot of these are from hard crossword puzzles where everything's very obscure. So getting like a better, more restrictive dictionary, it'll make it harder or take longer to make crossword puzzles, but with the simple patterns I'm using, it shouldn't be too hard. Hopefully it won't be repetitive. I don't want it to use the same words too often. But just to test the programmatic like nature of like just to test the algorithm, I'll use the data that I have so far. And I also have an open question whether all these files, when zipped up, will even fit in a deployed file. That would be like when it's time to generate one of these puzzles. So I don't know yet. I haven't quite figured out the architecture of like the puzzle generation part, but that's separate from everything else about the bot. Everything else about the bot is like doesn't have to work with so much voluminous data just to process like people giving answers and then tweeting out like here's the puzzle so far with these answers filled in and here's who answered them and how many points they have. That process and even just tweeting like the puzzle with the clues in the first place, that doesn't have to be like connected directly to the process that that like generates the puzzle in the first place, which is the first part that I'm working on now. So it'll be fine. I'll either shrink this down by getting rid of a lot of words that I don't think are guessable, or I'll put it somewhere where it's okay for it to be a very large amount of data. It's something like 15 megabytes of data, which I think is just gonna maybe fit into a deployed file on Amazon Lambda, but not sure. Thomas, big fan of your bots. Oh, thank you so much, Thomas. Nice to meet you. Wow, did you actually get the name Thomas as your Twitch handle? Is that like a really old account? I'm just really impressed that you got the Thomas name. Right on. Nice to meet you, Thomas. I'm glad that you like the bots. Thank you for saying so. Thank you for coming. Welcome. Uh, it's old enough. Yes. That's pretty impressive, Thomas. And now I know very much what to call you. Some people come in with names where I'm like, how do you pronounce that? What should I say? Um, so all of that is just to say that I don't know where this process is going to be finding these files yet, but I will. You might recognize me as Stealing Zen on Twitter. Ah, I think I've seen Stealing Zen commenting on things in the past. That's true. Hello, Thomas, aka Stealing Zen. Welcome to the stream. We're making a crossword puzzle bot because I think Twitter needs a good crossword puzzle bot. There is one that I know of, but I wouldn't regard it as good. I do. There's one called Tiny Crossword, which I did not make. I don't know who made it, but it's not fun. It's not designed to be fun. It's designed seemingly as a tech demo of like technically it's a crossword puzzle. It pulls 3 words from Wikipedia that are like 20 letters long, gives a vague clue for each one. They overlap at one letter, and no one ever guesses anything because how could they? And that's the bot. I want to make something with short answers, lots of overlap, easy clues, uh, and scores, and lots of interactivity. Something I can play. Um, and I won't, well, I'll have access to the answers, but I won't like, it won't be something at my fingertips. I'd have to like go in the database and read it. So if I'm playing it, I won't be cheating because what would be the point of that? Okay, so I need to open the file for the appropriate word length, letter position, and letter choice that has been randomly selected so far. Where that file will be in relationship to these files in the future, I don't know. But for now, I have a file clerk class, which is good. I'm looking at that account, and while it's an interesting idea, you're right that it's not really playable. Yeah, it's just not enough information. Like they did it, they got the graphics to work, they got the lookup from Wikipedia to work, they got a lot of good building blocks made. I don't think they open sourced them, but they, played around, they had fun, they made a bot. That's cool. But I saw it and I was like, I wish it were actually solvable, entirely solvable, by a regular person or a group of regular people. This looks good. Looks like I already did some of this work a long time ago. So get path string is temporarily looking on my local computer for the location of those files, which is here. Crossword data target. So I generated those files already. Thanks, Past Joe. I barely remember doing it. And then append to file. I think this was generating the files. Yes, that's how I made the files, was with this class. So now I need to read text file, which is gray as opposed to orange because it's never been called, but it's been read. It's been written, which is great because it means I have very little work to do here. So let's do, let's make a file clerk. File clerk is the name of a class that I tend to put in my bot programs. That's just a cutesy way of externalizing the concept of the file system. Not externalizing, wrapping the interface to the file system in something that I can mock out for tests so that when I run tests, they don't have to use a real file system. They can use a fake one. And you'll see what I mean when I write a test for that, if you don't already know what that means. Oh, but it means that we need to put that into here, into the constructor. So puzzle composer, it's going to have a file clerk. This dot What? Oh, ha ha ha, I forgot to type in the class name. There we go. So, oh, and then this needs a new file clerk. If you don't know what I'm doing here, in Java, there's two ways to make, I'm writing in Java. There's two ways to make an instance of this class, Puzzle Composer. One of them is this constructor. That's a method that makes an instance of this class. And it takes no arguments. And that's the default constructor that I will be using in the production code. That constructor calls this other constructor, which is same name of the class, but takes two parameters and uses those parameters to be stored in as instance variables in the instance of the Puzzle Composer. And that's said with some jargon because I don't want to spend too long teaching everybody what an instance is. But it's basically like one of something of a type. This will be called from production, and then this will be called from a test. And I did start a Puzzle Composer spec test, or at least I made the class for it. It doesn't have anything in it yet. So we'll just say should make a puzzle. And then we'll start writing some stuff here. This is a testing framework called Spock. Yes, named after the Star Trek character. And no, that's not why I use it. It's just what I learned. And it makes pretty good tests. Pretty easy to read tests most of the time. So if we do setup new Puzzle Composer, but we have to pass the stuff in. So we need a new file clerk. Oopsie. We need a file clerk that is actually not going to touch the real file system. And we need a secure random. Nope. Secure random. That is also not going to touch the real hardware to really make a real random number generator. Instead, it's going to be, oh wait, no, that's not true. I do want it to be a real one. The way that I can do random while being non-random is in the test, I can give it a seed number that's always the same. Except that secure random, oh, it extends from random. But secure random has a little bit more stuff you have to do to feed it a seed. If you use random instead of secure random, it's easier to create a random with just a seed. That's just a number of type long, and that just means a long bunch of bits to store a number in. A large integer, basically. Secure random is technically better, so I'm trying to just use it all the time, but it has this one annoyance that instantiating it, making one, is a little bit more work. Let's see. Secure random. Once I've gotten it, once I've done it once, it won't be as hard, but it's a little annoying. Okay, so here's set seed. Here's set seed with long. Okay, so I think the way we need to do this is make a secure random and then set seed with a long. It's 2 lines. It's not great, but it's okay. We can just, for the moment, make a private method. What is love? Oh, it's dance time already. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. If you're just joining us, I get migraines if I don't dance every 15 minutes. Don't hurt me So I have a timer. I have a bot that plays some music for me. It switches to my standing piano. And you can dance with me if you're ready to dance. Once you hear the music, it's pretty easy to at least jiggle your shapes. Just, know your body's limits. Hey, thank you, Hiccup Truck. Naomi Jiggly. I need to make a file, make a reference list of the dance emotes that people find. But maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe the important thing is just that I make some emotes out of myself dancing. I certainly have enough little little moments of me dancing. I should be able to just do that. That's a good idea. I might do that later. Okay. Private, secure, random. Um, do. Uh, make random with a long seed. This is just to turn 2 lines into 1 later on. It's 4 lines, 5 lines to turn these 2 lines into 1 line in all the places where I'm going to do it, which is probably going to be more than 1. So we'll do this. Okay, now we have the random, we have the file cleric, we put them into the puzzle composer. What this does is it makes it so when we run this test, the random number generator we use will always spit out the same numbers every time because we're forcing it to have the same seed number every time. The seed is normally it's the date or it's the some data that the computer can get out of the heat of the processor or something that's pretty random and won't be the same every time. But for the test, I want it to be absolutely the same every time. For the file clerk, we're just making a mock, which is a complete fake thing, just something that acts like the file clerk in every way, but instead of reading the file system, it just lets us call methods in the file clerk class and get back results, which are themselves whatever objects we want. So now we've set up to make a composer class, a puzzle composer. And then when we call, I'm a little out of breath because of dancing, which is a good thing. When we call composer compose and we get, what does it return? Currently returns void. We don't want that. We want it to return a puzzle. And at the end here, we will return new puzzle just so that it compiles. But that puzzle, well, we have arrangements, so we'll put that in. Okay, and then this is the puzzle that's been composed by the composer, and then we will check things about it. So puzzle get, let's say, toString contents. Then we'll expect this to be a specific puzzle that gets generated. What will that puzzle be? I don't know yet. But we will get there. Now we're going to run this test. It's going to fail, and that's important because that means it's actually testing something. It should, I expect it to fail just on the end, just on this line. The contents is not that. Why would it be? Instead, we have error semicolon expected because I started typing something here and it doesn't compile. It's not valid code. Run this again. So this is just to have the unit test in place for what we expect this class to be able to do. Contents equals this. False. It's actually this. Great. It's actually dashes in the toString contents represent empty white squares where you could write, but there is no answer there yet. Dots represent black squares where nothing can be written. So this is it randomly picked the one that's like 7 across, and 1, 2, 3, 4 words down, which is let's see, arrangement 7 across, and I guess it's probably 7 down. I think it's this one. It picked 7 by 7. It's 7 across and 7 down, but 3 of them are these intermediary lines. So the verticals are 7 letters long, the horizontals are 7 letters long, and all the cross words are 7 letters long. And there's a total of 8. All of my arrangements are eight words because I think that feels tweet size to me. A crossword puzzle that's 8 words. I could change that if I want to at some other point. There's nothing in the code that's like super restricting it to 8. I just wanted to make that my design constraint for now. It also means like it's a meaningful puzzle, but it's like pretty quick to finish, and it's pretty quick to generate. Because I don't want to go like, oh, I have to make huge, complicated crossword puzzles and then spend hours on them. That doesn't feel like something you'd want to do on Twitter. All right, so now this fails at the correct spot, which is I put some random letters in here, and that's actually this. The puzzle that it generates shouldn't have any dashes. It should be completely filled in with letters. That's the goal. So now we have a test, the beginning of a test. So now we can do file clerk read text file. The text file we'll generate the file name. Interesting thing about that, I can type in the algorithm for these file names. I know what it is. Sometimes there's 2 digits in the numbers, like 11Z10 or 11Z9. But I know that it's it's the length of the word, the letter that we're expecting at a certain position, and then the index number of that position. The 1 index, not 0 indexed, but 1 indexed in the word. So the first letter is 1. But I also know that I've done that before, and I might want to reuse a piece of code that already knows that. Answer list file creator. Build file name. So here's the file name. Length. This. Answer list file creator. Yeah, I kind of want to move this somewhere. File name. Answer lists. What's answer lists? Answer lists is something else. Answer list files creator is create files. Yeah. This is what I wrote to generate those files one time, or whenever I decide to recreate all the dictionary files. I'm going to rename this to answer list files. And this is red because there's something in it that doesn't compile. And now I want to commit that change because it's by itself. I just don't want the answer list files class to be only about creating the files now. I want it to also be about reading them. Partly, or at least generating their names. Let's see. It's not showing yet. Why isn't it showing yet? Because I'm in the wrong project. Crossword. Answer list files. This has been changed. And here, that's stuff that hasn't been committed yet, which is actually a little alarming. And I didn't commit that. But okay. Excuse me. So this changed the name of the file, the name of the class, and the name of the class as it's when it's called in its main method. And then while it was there, it removed some unused imports. Looks good. Renamed class, renamed answer list files creator to answer list files. Just because that was like, when you're renaming something, it gets a little cumbersome to have too much stuff going on. Too many changes that you have to commit all at once. So I want to make this method public, build file name, and call it from somewhere else. I don't see anything in here. like large database of crossword puzzle answers. Each of these files has like a certain number of English words, acronyms, whatever, answers to English crossword puzzles that are, I think when you go longer, they tend to be English words. The short ones tend to be more acronyms and stuff. Or some of these are phrases. These are things that have clues, that there's a database that I can get that will get me clues to these. Some of these are 2 words. A lot of them are 2 words. And that's fine. But when you open it up, I think it will be a short enough number of words that it won't like overload the memory of the system that's trying to read them all. If it does, then I have another problem that I will need to solve. I think it'll be okay. So let's say we're opening up that file. We're reading the text file contents, the whole thing. And we're apparently putting it into a string, which is, no, that's fine. I think that's okay. It just means we're reading in all the bytes. Yeah, that's fine. This is another reason I don't want more than 8 words in a puzzle. I might be loading a lot of these large files into memory for each of the answer positions and keeping it in memory while I'm making the puzzle, and then reading more files in while I'm making the rest of the words to match everything else in the puzzle, because I need to be able to like rewind when I get stuck and say like, oh, sorry, we can't use that word. We have to go back, try a different word that will fit here. So we got the text file contents. We're going to split that text file into, pick a random word from that file. Well, first we have to split file contents into words into answers. Text file contents split on new line. Which gives us an array. That's okay. Normally, I don't prefer to use arrays. They're not as robust as lists in Java, though they function similarly in some ways. For this, it might be okay, because we just need to grab a word from that array. So let's do that. So split dot length. We'll use our random to say split sub so and so, the random next int split dot length. Is it dot length? Yeah. Split dot length. Why is it red? Fine. Okay, so this is answer text. So we'll pick a random answer text and let's just print it out for the moment to kind of get an idea of what we're doing. Answer text. And let's make a main method. New puzzle composer. Compose. This is not a test. This is not a unit test that's like going to be repeated. This is just, I want to see what happens when we print out a word from that file. Once I get it to work. What's going on? Execution failed. What? Finished with none. What? Oh. Because I didn't return void? Return. I think I forgot the return statement. It's void. You don't need a return statement. That's weird. Finished with non-zero exit value 1 because it was a problem. What's the problem? I don't know. One warning, one typo. Field common letters may be final. It's not important. A determiner may be missing. Incorrect. What? That's nothing. Common letters may be final. Sure, whatever. Go away. Private, static, final. That's not the problem. Problem is something more fundamental. Red Pyre Dev, welcome. Nice to meet you. We're making a crossword puzzle bot, and something's just gone wrong in a way that I do not comprehend at all. Okay, run with stack trace option. Oh, it worked. I'm surprised that was so easy. Exception is 28 internal lines. Show them. What in the world? This is something deeper in the guts of Java. This is not my code that failed. It's something else. Get that stack trace. Get it. Sorry, Gallagher. Is that LL Gallagher? Hello, LL Gallagher. Red Pyre Dev. I love emoji Tetris and record Googling. Aw, thank you so much. I thought of retweeting this from record Googling because I was like, it is a bot, but it doesn't feel like a game bot. So I don't know if I want to be like all the Star Trek people be like, look at this, I'm making a crossword puzzle. They'd be like, oh, what? Some people know that those are made by the same person. Some don't care. Org Gradle process internal exception. Understandable. Yeah, I don't know. When I'm playing like Star Trek Online, then I'll let Riker Googling retweet me. But I don't want it to be too irrelevant. It's more spammy if it's irrelevant to the topic at hand. Hi, Gallagher. Gallagher, please tell me how to pronounce your username. Is it Gallagher? Is that good? Or is it Il Gallagher? Or I honestly can't tell if those are L's. I think they're L's. I think it's LL Gallagher, but that sounds challenging to say. I'll say it if you want. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but it's got the word Gradle in it. So I'm gonna go to my Gradle build and like kick it. So it says analyzing. There's something. It's got a couple of comments. Builds will no longer be able to resolve artifacts from JCenter. Yes, fair. Typo in word utilities. Really? Yes, that's true. I did misspell the word utilities, but that's not the problem. What is the problem? LL Gallagher. Okay, LL Gallagher. Thank you for telling me how to pronounce it. What do we have in here? What can I change? We're probably not using MySQL at the moment, so let's take that out. That's a functional change to the project. Click on the elephant to load Gradle changes, and that's a way to like kick the Gradle. Just be like, get rid of whatever you had before, make some new stuff in the background. Now it's doing lots of little spinny progress bar indicators. We have now done something to the Gradle build that might make this work better. No, we have not. Let's try run with info. It's doing something where it's not showing me. Okay, here we go. Null pointer exception. That's all I want to know. I just want to know where the null pointer exception is. My goodness. Random next int. Why would that be a null pointer exception? No idea. Let's debug it. I haven't run this code yet. I just wrote it at the end of the last stream, coding stream. But at least I know where to put a breakpoint now. It was just weird that it wasn't showing me that in the output by default. Strange. So random equals null. Oh, there's your problem. What? New puzzle composer. Is it because I have to write return? I don't think so. No, you don't write return there. New secure random. My goodness. Is arrangements.values initialized? Yeah, it is, because arrangement is an enum, which is short for enumeration. And when the program starts, Java does lots of work, and one part of that work is just making sure that this is completely made. This is just an enumeration of things that cannot change. And the values method is part of all enumerations. It's just the list of things that are in the enumeration. So arrangements.length seems like that's not the problem, because in our debug down here, we have arrangements. That's filled in. That's got some stuff. But our random object is null. And I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. Notably, sorry. No. No, that you it's this is we just got to this error. And this is what programming is like. You ask it to do one thing and it says null pointer exception, and you're like, what are you talking about? So here in the main method, we call new puzzle composer, which calls this new puzzle composer with new secure random new file clerk, which calls this, calls that new secure random a non-null instantiated object, calls it random, puts it into this dot random, which is here, which has no business being null right now. Wow. All right, stop. So I don't understand. So I'm going to break this down into pieces. And we're just going to get into, we're going to go to here. It's time for a dance break. It's really 15 minutes of it. It's like only so much footage you can get down. So I'm always like wondering if my timer is off. If the dance breaks are happening too fast. But no, it's just that I get real wrapped up in what I'm doing. I was thinking also that I did want to make myself slightly bigger, because this is a talking stream and we're talking. But I also want to put that above here. There goes there, that goes there. There we go. Okay. So now debugging to here, puzzle composer is created, but random is null and file clerk is null. What the fuck? So that's the problem. So now stop and debug. There's something fundamental about Java class instantiation that I know very well, but that's not happening correctly. So let's see, random. So this dot random is null. Random is not null. This was passed in correctly. So we've successfully gone through here, made this, passed it into here, and now this dot random is equal to null because we haven't crossed this line yet. So now we're going to step over that line. Now this dot random has been instantiated. And now we're going to cross over another line. This dot file clerk has been assigned the value of the non-null object. And so now this dot random and this dot file clerk, non-null. This is very, very, very basic. This is like day 2 of Java programming. And I've been Java programming for 20 years. So whatever's going wrong, I'm sure it's my fault. I just don't know yet. Well, I don't know for sure. It might be my fault. It's very likely. Thomas said I learned C# on the job forever ago. It was fun and challenging, but I'm glad it's not my career. It's fun if you do it by yourself when you're and you treat it like a game and think of it like a puzzle. Like, how can I make this happen? But yeah, when it's not your fault and it's just some other program, other subsystem someone else made that's not working right and isn't documented well, that's not a fun puzzle. It's a frustrating puzzle. I don't know which one this is yet. This problem that I'm having. It's hard to tell. So now this dot random equals null again. And I don't know why. Puzzle Composer now has random equals null. What the fuck? I've never seen this happen before. 20 years. Never seen this happen. Or if I did, I don't recall. Don't recall this happening. What if I skip new Puzzle Composer and I do this directly, pass in my own secure random secure and new file clerk in the main method, I bypass the process of one constructor calling the second constructor, which is very basic stuff. This is what I always do, and it always works. And this is like, this stumbling block is just a very frustrating, huge waste of time. Null pointer exception. Okay. Now we have a different null pointer exception in file clerk, which is class loader get resource file name get file. Well, that's because it's looking in the wrong place. So this solved the problem. Like the fact that we have a null pointer exception later, that's a bug to fix afterwards. First, it needs to be possible to call new Puzzle Composer with no parameters, or rather with no arguments. And it's not, and it doesn't make sense to me yet. And that's, again, because random is null, and it shouldn't be. Very frustrating. New Puzzle Composer, new secure random, new file clerk. Like, I don't need to call compose. That's not important. I can have a second statement here just to have a second statement to pause on. But we're going to debug to here, and we're going to just have Puzzle Composer be a variable that we have in memory. And we're going to look at it in the debugger. Puzzle Composer, random is null. Okay, that's not acceptable. Wow. I know what's wrong. I think this is how out of practice I am. No, wait, that's public. I'm losing my mind. I need to look at another example. That's it. Okay, I haven't coded in a while, and this is how I'm losing my mind. It's entirely my fault, and I understand it completely now. You're not supposed to call the constructor by name. You're supposed to call it by the word this. The end. Done. Fixed. No, I don't need to return. I tried that. I was like, no, you can't return. It turned red because you can't return. This is what happens if you step away from your programming language of choice for a little while. You forget a few of the basics here and there because they don't seem intuitive at the time. You don't call Puzzle Composer with Puzzle Composer. You call it with this, meaning what I was doing was I was instantiating a new Puzzle Composer that was unrelated to the current Puzzle Composer object. What I was supposed to be doing was calling this Puzzle Composer object, this constructor. So this the first constructor is allowed to call one other constructor as the very first and only, no, as the very first line of the constructor method. And that's how you do it. I fixed it. It's like Umbrella Academy. It's I fixed the problem that I caused. Every season of Umbrella Academy has fundamentally is about the Umbrella Academy kids fixing a problem that they 100% caused all by themselves. Okay, now we can run this and we can get to that second error, the much more interesting one. That wasn't just whether I remember Java syntax. No, this one is about the algorithm for reading a file. So file clerk get file is called by read text file. So the assumption in read text file was that the files were going to be like in a place that's pretty normal-ish, or well, in a place that's like standardized by being in the code, in the same folders as the code. And that's not the case for this class. Let me see if get file is called anywhere else. That's not what I meant. Find usages. It's called by read text file, but probably incorrectly. Clues file parser was reading clues, but okay, so get file database props, that's important for like being able to read the database. But read text file to path. I see. So when I wrote this code before, the way that I was using get path string was only for writing files. It was not for reading them. Now it needs to be for reading them. So read text file. Wait, was this? This wasn't used before. I've only just now been started using this. So I don't need to call this get file, which assumes that it's finding the location of the files based on the class loader, like where are the Java classes? And then we'll just go look there for files that are like next to those classes, basically. Read text file. This is code that I used in a different project, but it was gray until today because I hadn't actually used this method in this project. And I don't want get file like this. I want to use get path string, which I'm not using yet when reading a file. Let's see here. Read text file, get path string. So that's the path string. That's the location where all the files are, with the ending with a backslash because we're on Windows. And from there, I want to read the appropriate file. So basically, it's just path string plus file name is what we want. If we put that into get file, what would happen? Get resource file name. It might work as long as you put a full path with C:, it might actually work. I don't know if class loader get resource is going to do it the way it would help me. It's a strange way to do it, but it's not bad. No, that did not work. That's still looking inside of the project instead of just looking at the file system. So we don't want that. We want, I think we just want new file path. Yeah. New file path string plus file name. Now we have no errors, and it spit out the word. Well, it said it looked up 502, letter O. A 5-letter word with an O in the second position. And then it didn't do anything else because reasons. Why didn't it do this? I don't know. Did I not tell it to compose? I did. Compose. It's compiling. Okay, it's gotten there. It has an answer text, which is niçoise. And it looks like because it's Windows, it's splitting on \r/n because Windows has very strange new lines, and that's too bad. So for the moment, we're gonna split on the Windows version of that. We'll have to change that later. Use Windows specific new line code for temporarily. Let's change that to do. Don't always use Windows specific new line code. So then we'll get that. Still doesn't explain why it failed to print it out though. Unless it was, it did. Oh, there it is. Perchik. Okay. 7i6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a word of length 7. It has the letter I in position 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that worked correctly. So now that we have that, pick a random word from that file. Put the word in the puzzle. We're going to put the word in the puzzle at the location where we pulled out the blank answer. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. It is time for a dance break. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? All right, back to work. Blood's pumping, ready to go. Okay. What was I doing? Put the word in the puzzle. Okay. So we have this answer here. And that answer contains within it a list of cells, a reference number, orientation, basically the position of where that answer goes in the crossword puzzle. So now we're going to have to calculate answer text, get reference number, get orientation, get cells. Well, we need to clone the puzzle. Puzzle with answer. The answer text. The reference number, which is answer, get reference number, and the orientation, which is answer, get orientation. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. I could write a method that would take an answer with like new text and the old answer object, and then I could just pull out these two variables that are the unique indicators of where that answer should go. It's like a compound key, compound unique primary key of that answer within the whole puzzle is like, what's the reference number and what's the orientation, such as 2 down. If it's 2 down, that's the answer. It's the 2 down answer position. What I don't like about passing the answer object in is that it implies that the whole answer object is somehow relevant, and it's not. We're actually replacing it and getting rid of it. We just need these two keys for it. It's almost like if I wanted to have a super clean interface, instead of passing the reference number and orientation for 2down, I would create a new class that just contains reference number and orientation. Nothing else. It doesn't contain any text or cells or anything. And then that would be the primary key of the answer position. Not necessary. Time Roller, Time Roller, how you doing? How's it going? Making a crossword puzzle, bots. How's your Saturday? How's life? Let's see. So put the crossword puzzle in the answer. So we got that. We got to get that out with the new answer puzzle with the thing. Working on the crossword. Played some games. Was good. Sweet. What did you play? What was one of the I'm guessing you mean board games. What was one of the board games that you played? Puzzle with first answer. This is gonna have to be in a loop later. But for now, I just want to try getting through the process and like see what the code looks like before I put it in a loop, and then pull parts of it out to be like, now we're gonna recursively put this into some kind of loop system, either recursively with actual recursion, which isn't always better, or with loops, because you can emulate recursion with loops. Sometimes you should, sometimes you shouldn't. It's a little hard, a little hard to be sure. Okay, so we have the old puzzle, and basically we're probably going to want to like make some kind of a stack of puzzle objects and like push a new puzzle onto the stack and then push another one and keep doing that until we can't find a word that fits anymore. And then we'll like pop one off and be like, let's go back and let's try a different random word where we used to be going. But it's not going to be just puzzle object. It's going to be puzzle with the answer position that we're currently looking at. Time Roller said earlier, played a new game, Fire and Stone, by the designer of Carcassonne, and some Phantom Ink with chat, and then some BGA with the game group. Sweet, what a nice day. That sounds great. I'm glad you had fun. Let's see here. Thank you for coming by and telling me about your games. Puzzle with first answer. Go to the next word in the set of the longest words. So then we have, this will be part of a loop, one of these loops at some point. So we had the answer here, and then we're going to replace this strategy with a loop later. For now, just try pulling the first word. Right. So this is not correct scalable code. This is just messing around, figuring stuff out. When you see yourself doing this, it means you're doing it wrong. But for messing around, it's not so bad. We'll do answer 1. Actually sounds okay because we're using Java-based indexing. Answer 1, the other one was answer 0. In fact, I'm going to change this because we're not in a loop yet. Change this to answer 0. This is a code smell. This code smells bad because it's not finished. It's not going to look like that later on. If it does, it'll be like, why is it like that? You should put that in a loop. Go to the next word in the set of the longest words. If there are no more word lines with the greatest length, move on to the words with slightly fewer letters. We're basically doing that just by having this sorted already, and that's fine. If the next word line contains any letters already, then randomly choose one of the letters that is already there and open the matching file for words of that length with that letter in that position. It won't in this case. No, that's not true. So if we have an arrangement where every word is like 5 letters, like we saw some before that was just like 5 letters across, 5 letters down, and all the words in that arrangement are 5 letters long, it could be crossing the first word. It definitely could. So we need to determine whether this answer has any letters in it yet. Answer 1. Calculate answer text. Let me see what that is. Answer 1 text. And then just print it out. I just want to see it. Okay, so this time randomly we picked 7 letters. We picked some arrangement. We picked one of the 7-letter words in it that has an A in the 5th position. We opened a file and got the random word on lease, or random answer on lease. Then the next, another one of the words that's also that length in that arrangement has no letters in it, and that's represented in the calculate answer text method by hyphens. The hyphens mean you can put letters here in these white spaces, but there aren't any letters there yet. Now I'm going to run this again and again and again. And theoretically, at some point, it might have a case where the second word that's pulled out just happens to be overlapping with the first word, and therefore one of the letters is already there. Unless that's not true because of the object structure, the architecture that I put into the puzzle object. Right. Yeah. Okay. Because the cells referenced in the answer object aren't correctly getting replaced. So I think I just found a bug in my algorithm for adding an answer to a puzzle, because at some point one of these should overlap, and they're not overlapping. And that's because of how I was thinking about it when I wrote the code for with answer. So with answer is where we clone the puzzle and we make a change to it, and we make a new copy of the puzzle with one answer added to it. And the cells of the puzzle need to change for all of the answers that use those cells. And I don't think I did that correctly. So we need to take a step back and go back to puzzle spec, where where the cells, let's see, does puzzle have cells directly? It has a grid. The grid has cells. And when you put an answer in, let's see, let's read with puzzle, with answer. With answer, takes answer text to reference number and orientation, and it says, read the orientation. If it's across, get the horizontal answer list. If it's down, get the vertical answer list. Then get the appropriate answer from the answer lists. There are 2 answer lists in the puzzle object, horizontal and vertical. Get the appropriate answer. If found it, then get the cells from that answer. Method invocation get cells may produce null pointer exception. Oh, really? But I don't think it will. Okay, but okay. Existing cells from the answer, not from the grid. That's the problem. New cell, old reference number. What is old? Old is the cell from the existing cells from answer object, not the grid. Yeah. New cells builder, and then it makes new cells, it puts them into the answer. Oh, it does change the grid. Grid with cells, new cells. I did change the grid and the answer. And then I used the new grid to make the new puzzle. All right, I think I did that correctly. So I don't know why this is behaving differently than I expected. When I call Puzzle Composer, it could be just chance that it's not finding any cases where it's doing 5x5 and having overlap, having the second word overlap with the first word. Maybe I just haven't done enough trials, because that's going to be like a fairly random event, a fairly rare event. It'll only happen when the puzzle uses all the same length of word. Yeah. Oops. Let's go to here. Instead of this, let's put a temporary temp force arrangement. Arrangement equals arrangement dot which one? This one. Southeast interlock. They're all 5 letters long in Southeast interlock. So now that I'm forcing it to be always that, it's always going to be 5 letters. The second one has a small chance of overlapping with the first. Oh, it's time to dance again. Okay, but admittedly, it's a small chance. So we shouldn't expect that to be the case. Instead of just clicking the button over and over to try to arrive at that result, let's loop all answers sorted by length dot size, and let's get all of them. Answer calculate answer text. I also have to see if calculate answer text is correct. Text. Oh. Long puzzle. That's the problem. That was the problem all along. The problem was all answers sorted by length was from the blank copy of the puzzle that I already had. That was the problem. Let's do, okay, so once we've done this, get all answers sorted by length. Ooh. So now, because the order of answers coming out of the puzzle object from this get all answers sorted by length method is non-deterministic, we have a problem. We need it to be deterministic. We need to always have the same answer thingies. The same list of answer positions. which is giving me more reason to consider making a class that takes reference number and orientation and puts them together into one unified primary key indicator of like, where is this answer? Like uh, answer 1 down, answer 1 across, answer 5 across. Um, those are the answers, and having that list in a predefined order one time, never changing during this process, is important so that we can address things always in the same order. Otherwise, I need a list of answers that I'm mostly just using for their primary key information, which is awkward. Yeah, I think I need to do that. I think that's the right thing to do. What's it called? What do you call it in a crossword puzzle when something is uh it's answer 2 down? What is that? It's the position. It's the answer position. The answer location. Answer location. That sounds okay. Answer location. The answer location is simply a wrapper of 2 objects. The orientation. No, the what was the first one? The reference number and the orientation. Reference number is an int, an integer, and orientation is an enum, across or down. Int reference number and orientation. Then we're going to do some Java boilerplate stuff. We're going to make these private methods. We're going to let the IDE, Integrated Development Environment, generate a bunch of stuff. We're going to get a constructor for both of these. We're going to get some getters, but no setters, because this is going to be immutable. No reason to change it once it's created. And generate equals in hash code just because it's a good idea to have, just in case, for comparing things and sorting things. And we can do, for now, a toString method, just kind of a default whatever. That's fine. Okay, answer location. So now an answer, instead of having a reference number and an orientation, it's gonna, hi Shannaraner, hello, how are you? Good to see you. How's your Saturday going? I'm working on my crossword puzzle bots. Answer location. So instead of reference number and orientation, we're getting rid of those, and we're gonna have an answer location instead. Yes, jump around. We are using stream avatars at the bottom of the screen, which is what Shannaraner is invoking to cause her avatar to jump up. And there's lots of ways to change your avatar and to move stuff around, move your avatar around, interact with the program and the other people. Slots. What else? There's sling 45 to go like that. You can hug people. Although you might want to ask for their permission first in case they think it's weird. Hugging with consent is more fun. Let's do, before I to remove this stuff, I'm going to add the new stuff. Public answer location, get answer location. Answer location. Shannaraner said, oh, hi, Matthew Poco. Matthew Boko has hugged Shadowrunner. Shadowrunner, I went to a beer and music festival today, my first festival since COVID, and now I'm on my couch at home recovering from a lot of stimulus. Wow. Were people what was the masking like? Were people masked? I'm still not going anywhere myself, but I know a lot of people are. But I hope they're being safe in crowds or out of crowds. Answer location. But I hope you had fun. Um, in addition to being safe. It was outdoors, so no mask. Well, that's true. At least it was outdoors. That's good. So we're going to change this. This is going to break some stuff, but it's going to be okay because we're going to fix it. And then this goes away. Now we're just going to follow the red lines. Get reference number goes away. Well, we could allow that to stay because it could just be a call that gets the inner thing. Let's see who calls it. It depends. Because if it's being called by things that should just call the whole answer location object instead, what kind of music, Shadowrunner? Good question. Beer and music festival. What kind of beer, too? If reference number equals this, reference list. Yeah. I think I do want to keep that. I think I want to keep get reference number. Get reference. Oops, I lost it. Where am I? So get reference number is going to be return answer location get reference number. Ooh, it guessed correctly. And this is going to be return answer location get orientation. Because I think that would be useful somewhere. Old answer get reference number and orientation. See here, it wouldn't be useful, actually. Where else is it used? In compose. So maybe we don't need it. I don't think we need it. Let's just comment it out for now. Shadowrunner said it was nice variety of local bands of all kinds. Some country, some pop. Nice. That sounds lovely. I'm glad you had a good time. So I think I see a reason for get reference number, possibly, but I don't think I need the get orientation method. Instead, we need with answer to stop taking reference and orientation and start taking answer location, which is the two things together. This is a pretty sizable refactor, but it's I think it's gonna make things easier in the long run. And then we get the orientation from the answer location. We use that to choose, is it across or down, and then choose, is it horizontal answers or vertical answers, which means one related problem with answer over here is calling the wrong thing. This should call get answer location. I like this. This is good. I'm pleased. Puzzle with first answer get something or other. There was this great band called Via Barcelona. No, Via Barcelonia that I really enjoyed. Sort of a Tegan and Sarah meets Vampire Weekend vibe. Nice. That's cool. That sounds so nice. Oh, I hate COVID. I'm not a big concert person, but I do like being able to go out and do some stuff and see some stuff and not feel like it's dangerous. Um, puzzle. Okay, this is what is this? I don't know what I was doing. We'll get back to this part. We'll get back to this. We have to fix a bunch of other stuff that's now incorrect because of the change I just made. Shadowrunner said, and there was a 16-page menu of beers. So that was just about any kind of beer you might imagine, all local craft breweries. Sounds great, said Gallagher. Yeah, that's cool. I'm not a big beer drinker, but but I know a lot of people are, and that sounds like a lot of nice options for people with different preferences. Orientation was not whatever. This is thank you for the follow, Kishar tab. There are so many different ways to read that. Kishar tab, if you are in the mood to chat, I would love to know how to pronounce your username. But either way, thank you for following. Welcome, and it's nice to meet you. Answer location, reference number. Okay, well, this doesn't matter because this is never going to happen. So we're just going to leave that in there as the output for the runtime exception. That's impossible because it's only there to make the compiler happy. If answer get reference number equals reference number that was not passed in, so we need this to be, case counts are way down here and the vaccination rate is 84%, so I feel pretty safe. That's good. That's great. COVID's going up in my area. It's not fun. Okay, that fixes that one. What's this? This is long. With answer. You know what? The with answer method, it's a little long. I don't like it so long. You shouldn't have to scroll to read a method. I'll deal with that later. Incompatible word exception. That's very important. The incompatible word exception. Yeah, it's not fun. Yeah. But I'm also a cautious person. What part of the world are you in, Joe? I'm in the Northern California. I'm in the Bay Area, which has it was one of the first places to get COVID in the US, and then but also it's very liberal minded. So there's like been better masking here than in other places. But now we're having a surge because there's an increase of an idea that we don't need masks anymore. So people just aren't wearing masks anymore. So now there's just COVID spreading. The general policy of leadership is to just say, oh, well, that's fine. So people are dying. And because there's been less COVID in the San Francisco area in the past, there's now more of it hitting now that masks are coming off. I'm not in San Francisco, but this general area, I'm like within like 50 miles of San Francisco. So it's still COVID time. It's still a pandemic. But that's one reason why I like having the internet and having Twitch friends to hang out with without literally breathing on each other. Let's see. So this is the only place reference number is used here? No, it's not. But this part doesn't need it because this is going to be answer location, right? Right. L. Gallagher said, we are seeing more cases here, but masking is going way down. Don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't get it. Answer location is green because it was passed in here. It was a parameter. Matthew Poco says, we like you too. Oh, thank you, Matthew. I appreciate it. Matthew, what do you know anything about coding? Just curious. I'm actually curious for anybody in chat. What's your knowledge and experience around coding? Around, like BASIC or JavaScript or any kind of like trying to make a computer do things based on typing in some instructions or clicking on some pictures to give it instructions. Because I know that, I stream different things and people like kind of hang out and just like chill and don't necessarily know all the details of what everything is. And that's cool. But some people like do know some coding stuff. Did a little bit of Java 20 years ago. Right on. So did I, and then I kept doing it was almost exactly 20 years ago. It was 19 years ago. I went to school to learn C++ because I was learning it from a book, and the book was full of errors. And it was like, I need a teacher. I need to ask some questions. And I took one or two C++ classes, like like sessions, and then no, that's not true. I took like a couple semesters of C++, and then it was time to choose. Wait, what was it? No, we had to learn C first. We learned C for a long time. And then they said, now you have to choose C++ or Java. And I was like, C++, that's how you make video games. That's what all the magazines say. And they gave us some handouts. I was like, C++ for sure. C++ all the way. Java's for banks. I don't want to work at a bank. And then I started learning the C++, and in the first class, I was like, oh my God, this is horrifying. Why does it look like this? Why is nothing in English? And uh, and then I looked up how Java looked and how C++ looked. I was like, Java looks like English. C++ looks like nonsense. And then I looked up the salaries for people who work in um, Java jobs versus the salaries in game development C++ jobs. And I was like, oh, and now I know after a couple semesters what programming feels like. It is nothing like gaming. So it doesn't matter what problems you're solving. If you're using a programming language, your interface is the language, not the product you're making. You're not going to be using that product as much as you're going to be typing stuff in the language. Shannon Renner said, I learned C++ in high school and university. That's cool. Ella Gallagher said, oh, well, I am a full stack Java dev, but I keep having wrong ideas for you. No, you're having ideas based on what you see, and you're taking guesses that are as good as mine. I am also a full stack Java dev, and I also had wrong guesses for me. I couldn't remember how to call a constructor from another constructor for 20 minutes. Matthew Poco said, are Sun machines still a thing? I don't know. I'm sure, I bet they are, because Corba's still Corba's still a thing. Pascal's still a thing. Lots of very important stuff that we all rely on that keeps the economy from collapsing runs on very old systems that no one knows how to mess with anymore. And they don't want to rewrite them because it seems like it's working. So yeah, I bet there are. I just don't know if it's like a lot of new jobs for it. They were special computers designed to run Java. Yeah. Yeah, I know what they are. They are they still a thing? They're not necessary to run Java, but they um I bet there's a lot of companies that are still like running really old ones and don't want to replace them. And every 5 years it's probably like, oh, these are dying, we need to rewrite all this. It's something we need to move this to some machine that can run it. Fortunately, moving old Java code to new machines really isn't that hard. It's kind of what Java's good at. Shannon Renner said, my Java prof in university was a sexist jerk, and I was the only woman in the class. So I ended up switching it to pass fail and fell in love with SQL instead. I'm sorry, that's terrible. That's horrifying, and all too common. I I've heard of that type of problem frequently. It's terrible. I think my class was like, I mean, it was definitely male dominated, but it was pleasantly not like overly. Well, no, that's not true. There were two women. I think there were two women and um maybe 10 men. Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't what it should be. Wikipedia says Sun Microsystems shut down in 2010. Yes. Um they were bought by Oracle. So Oracle sells those machines now if there's any reason to sell such machines. Um but do people still run those machines? Yes. I bet. Because they bought them. They just don't have any support for them anymore. They might have replaced them. They might have gotten Oracle contracts to continue doing something else. So old orientation, I was getting that in order to do a comparison. This is a perfect example of where I don't need to pull out the two different things, reference number and orientation. I just need the one thing. So instead of pulling out two things, we want old answer get answer location, old answer location. And these go away. And then new answer dot get answer location. Red Pyre Dev said, could have sworn the POS systems at one restaurant job I once had were Sun Microsystems. When was that? Was that before 2010? Would not surprise me as the place was very badly managed. I mean, you buy a computer and it runs, right? You don't worry about what companies are in business. Who cares? That's boring. Old answer location goes here, but it's no longer equals equals. It's dot equals because Java is weird. And I'll leave it at that. It was after. So yeah, that's my opinion. I think I was interpreting Matthew's question differently. Matthew said, our Sun machine's still a thing?" And I was saying yes because I believe they still exist and are running in some business somewhere. Because why wouldn't they be? um, but maybe Matthew meant, are they still a popular thing that people are still buying? No. Ella Gallagher said, Joe, what IDE are you using? I love the colors. This is IntelliJ. This is JetBrains IntelliJ IDEA, a very preposterous name. JetBrains is the company. IntelliJ IDEA is the product. It is sometimes called IDEA, and it is sometimes called IntelliJ, and it is sometimes called IntelliJ IDEA. I don't know why it's that complicated, but that's the name of it. It's free for Java development. It costs money if you want to do web development. So then you could just, if you don't want to buy it, you can switch to something else for web development. The colors, I like the colors too. I don't know if they're the default. Probably not. I go dark mode on everything. Everything on my screen is pretty dark right now. If there's anything that's too bright, like there's one little slab of white at the top of OBS that I would love to get rid of, but it's hard to get Windows to do that. Are you using a special color scheme or something? Yeah, I am. And I want to figure out what it is. Settings. Color schemes are important. Color. Appearance, file colors, appearance. What are we using? Theme, Darkula. Darkula. And I think you'll find Darkula as a color scheme, not just for IntelliJ, but for other IDEs as well. Other code editors might also use Darkula, which looks like this. It's got cyan and yellow and purple and orange, and green and white and gray, and it looks nice. Darkula. Darkula, yeah. That's probably more useful than knowing it's IntelliJ, knowing it's Darkula. But I think if you look through the ones that are included in IntelliJ, like I don't know if I added Darkula. I might have. IntelliJ Lite, Windows 10 Lite, Darkula, and High Contrast. There's not much in here. So I don't think I added Darkula. I think it was already there. Exclamation point what? Is that a good command that I should add just to find out what we're doing? I don't usually have like a what are we doing, partly because it changes so often that it's annoying for it to be wrong all the time. Because I have enough things to try to remember that I often forget to change things like who am I streaming with today and what am I. It reminds me I should turn off some of these timers that are inappropriate for this stream. That one's good. I have a timer for what is this, but it's incorrect at the moment. Okay, that's good. Checking my bot. Darkula is available on basically every IDE. This is from Red Pyre Dev. And you can just get the color values if it's not. Yeah, that's what I thought. I've seen it in other editors. Matthew Poco says it's in the list of commands when you do actions. Oh. So actions says you should try doing what? Thank you, Buttsbot. It's in the list of combats when you do Buttians. I don't see it. I see attack, dance, duel, fart, honk, hug, jump, move, sit, slots, and stand. Unless it's a different list. Oh. She did say what? Oh, Good Place Janet said choice attack, cry, dance, duel, fart, hug, jump, love, move, sit, slot, stand, what? That is very strange. I have no explanation. Those two messages that Good Place Janet sent are identical, except one of them says what and one of them doesn't. Wow. Wild stuff. Let me check my commands and see what's typed in there. That was for actions. And it's not one of the ones that I typed because it's from Stream Avatars. So I'm going to call that a Stream Avatars bug that I cannot explain. Yeah, I see. But also notice that when I typed exclamation point actions, not Bad Janet. Maybe this is Bad Janet. When I typed actions, it didn't say what. It stopped at stand. So it seems like it's a bug in Janet. Well, it's a bug in Stream Avatars, which is pushing messages through the Good Place Janet account. But we can also blame Bad Janet. This is a direct quote from The Good Place. Hi there, you big stinky poop face guys. It's me, Good Janet. I'm sorry I called you big stinky poop face guys. When she's trying to learn to be mean. Let's see. This is cross. What? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I know what that don't is. Hurt me. I know what it means that. No more. After a dance break. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. What is love? Yeah, excellent. Did dance work? I want to dance in my avatar. Dance. Dance, goose, dance. I don't see it dancing. Let me try it again. Maybe I missed it. Maybe it doesn't have a dance animation. Maybe I need to be a different avatar for that. No dancey. That's a shame. Maybe that's like a dedicated animation and it doesn't have. What's going on here? Okay, so new answer with answer cells and new. Hold on. Reference number and across. What's happening here? Start cell start. Oh, generate empty horizontal answers. Okay, well then we're just gonna do this. Reference number equals that. It's only used here, which means what we really need is answer location equals new answer location with reference number and across. And then this goes here. Solved. No, Dancy. I give you my love, but you don't care. What does that mean? is that the next line in the song? I don't remember. There should be another one. That was the across, and there should be a vertical one. Same dealy for down. Here it is. We want to do the same thing here, which is answer location equals new answer location reference. No, start get reference number if it fits on the line. Down. And then answer location goes here. And then here we have this is a refactor. We're changing all of the places where we used reference number and orientation as two different things that need to be constantly like put into places together, and replacing them with a wrapper object called answer location. And that just means a lot of code needs to change in a minor way in many places. Compatible word exception. Answer text at answer location. Well, let's answer location is here. So orientation's been pulled out, but reference number has not. Answer location, get reference number. We could pull it out. No. Yes. We could. So we don't constantly keep calling that. Yikes. That was horrifying. Let's not do it that way. Let's cut and paste. All right, we're passing an answer location. We're getting the two components out of it, and then we're going to reference them here and here. That's fine. Not the next one, just the next one that I remember. I give you my love, but you don't care. I don't remember most of that song. It's a nice song. I mean, I know it's memed from the movie, but it's a good song. It's dancey. And I was like, when I picked the dance music, I need to add some more because I only have 3 so far. When I picked that one, I was like, well, it definitely has that like you want to do the thing from the movie, which is all about the neck, because the guys are too cool to like dance with their whole bodies most of the time. Um, but I'm like, well, I definitely don't want to do that. That seems like it would hurt and not give me a whole lot of full body cardio that I need to be healthy. Old reference number. Okay, so we're getting rid of that. Getting there. Let's find some more stuff that's red. This is red. ToString. The toString, we can replace the toString by generating a new toString. It's easier and probably better. Then same with the equals and the hash code, which is why Groovy just automatically gives you those programmatically. You don't have to change them each time. You don't have to replace them each time. Java, you have to type them in again, keep them up to date all the time. I'm just letting the IDE generate them and being like, that's fine. Those are good. Puzzle with first answer. Okay, so this is a red thing. I think that's most of it. Let's comment this out and go check in that pretty big change of a whole bunch of stuff. Not this part. Let me shrink this so we can see it together. This is Source Tree from Atlassian. They make Jira. And they make this free visual editor for Git, which I like. Okay, answer.java has these changes because we're putting this stuff into answer location. We're getting rid of get orientation because we never used it. Answer. Commented out code goes away. If we ever need it again, we'll add it back in. But we don't need it now. For some reason, we need to get reference number for somewhere, but we didn't really need get orientation. I mean, yeah, for the answer object. Answer list files. No, we'll get to that. That's about reading the files. Matthew Poco redeemed invest in self-sealing stem bolts. Yes, hope your investment pays off. LL Gallagher says, I'm out East Coast and super sleepy. Thanks for doing this. Thanks for being here and chatting, LL Gallagher. I appreciate you. Good to see you. Have a nice sleep. I'm planning on doing this most Saturdays. Software Saturdays. Okay, with answer is going to have answer location where we pull those two things out of answer location. And when we make a new answer, we pass in the answer location rather than those two things. This does seem better. This is tighter code. Like we don't have to do this and like both of these things match. We can just say, does the new answer's answer location equal the old answer location? Okay, that looks good. Reference number. So we're just calling start to get reference number. Is this line too long? It looks kind of long. 144 of puzzle. 144. It is a bit long. For some reason, I don't seem to have a marker for where the line is too long in IntelliJ, and I have occasionally found those to be more difficult to have working the way I want than they should be. But let's see if it's easy to find. IntelliJ show guide line. What's it called? What's it called where you have a line that tells you adding a column guide to the editor? IDE editor settings appearance, tick show right margin. Editor settings. Appearance. Code editing. Margin. Margin. I don't see margin. Code editing. That seemed to be wrong. No, add a column guideline to the editor. Is this, well, 11 years ago. You may need to search preferences for right margin color and set a color for the right margin. Right margin color. Right. Ensure right margin is not exceeded is checked in Java. So that's something. Editor config. Align fields in columns, visual guides, default 100. I don't see it. Hard wrap at 100. Wrap on typing. Visual guide 100. Margin color. There is no margin color. I mean, maybe it's just black. I don't know. I don't know. I can't find it. list. So you have some reference of like, or is it like how many you've played them or what? And also, how long is it? I want to know all about your spreadsheet. Please tell me. Need a utility method here for private answer location. We'll just call it lock because I want it to be super short. Int reference, int ref num, orientation. All right, I'll spell it out. This is supposed to be Java-like. Uncle Gramps, hi Joe, hi Jet, hi Uncle Gramps, how you doing? Shannon Renner said I keep mine in BGG as well as the spreadsheet. Ooh, duplicate data entry, hardcore. New answer nope. Try again. New answer location, reference number, orientation. So now we just have to put location one across. I could make a with answer that has a utility method of like you can pass these two things in, but it looks like I would only be using it for the test, and I don't love that. So I'm just gonna drop little locks down here. Lock. And it's gonna be just a little uglier, but the code's gonna be just a little bit cleaner in a different way. And same here. Lock before each of these numbers. 2 down, 4 down, 5 down. This. And then run these tests. Belgiumet, I read it as Bal, one syllable, but don't mind either way. People call me both. Cool. Then I can just call you Belgiumet because that's how it spells when you put your initials in that arrangement. Sweet. Welcome, Belgiumet. Good to see you. How's your Saturday? Shannon Renner said, I use numbers on my Mac because it does checkboxes really nicely. I keep track of whether or not we've played the game, if we have played it this year, who of our friends and family we have played it with, and any notes about the game, like always play with the expansion, or for 2 players, always use advanced variant. Wow. That's really smart. That sounds really useful. Test pass 4, sweet. I'm guessing, Shannon Renner, that you need that spreadsheet in order to keep track of stuff that's hard to remember because you have a large number of board games. I have, I don't know, like 100, which isn't like, it's a lot, but it's not like hard to remember most things about most people and about most games at that level. So my question is, how many board games do you have that you that level of complex data entry is a big part of your hobby life? I'm gonna guess you have over, just thinking of like people who have a lot of board games, like between 400 and 600. Is that right? 170 in the spreadsheet right now. Never mind. You're just an organized person, that's all. But that is a lot of board games. Just looked at the sheet, and it's actually the yearly play count, not whether we played it this year. Aha. See, I'm not the only one who forgets what they were coding. But that includes expansions, and it just does not include ones I'm entering now. Okay, what's this? This is puzzle spec, which is now fixed to match what we just did. Okay, that looks good. Commit. Refactor reference number and orientation into wrapper class. Cool. And the reason I did all that, sometimes you go to work as a programmer and you just see a little thing, they're like, I should really refactor this. And then you just spend the day refactoring it. And that's the day, and you did it, refactored. What does the program do now that it didn't used to do? Nothing. It just does it in a better way. Because numbers also does steppers really nicely. What are steppers? Steppers. Oh, like when you have like a number and then you have an up arrow and a down arrow and you click the up arrow and increases the number by one. Is that a stepper? Like step up incrementally, right? Yes, that's cool. I haven't used numbers very much. I mostly use Google Sheets now because I don't trust my computer. I don't trust having data on my computer. It needs to be on a server somewhere. Um, except my photos, like photo storage has gotten to be such a pain. I'm just like, I don't know. I'll deal with it later, or I'll lose all my photos. I hope not, but I don't know. Yes, that's it. It shows up really nicely whether I'm in macOS or iOS. That's cool. Yeah, you got that whole group ecosystem happening. I have Windows and iPhone. They do not play well together, which is why I use Google for a lot of stuff. Because Google like doesn't care that much about either one. It just uses the web. I keep the spreadsheet in the cloud so I can reference the collection when I'm out and about. Smart. Yes. Oh, so numbers can be in the cloud. Yes, Google is good for that too. Yeah. Oh, I see. So numbers is like you can have cloud storage for it so that you open it on two devices. That's cool. That's good. Good idea. Now, this terrible code that's not yet looping, what was I trying to do? I don't know. Oh, yeah. All answers sorted by length. The point of this was I wanted to make it so that instead of pulling out all the answers sorted by length, I'm getting all the answer locations sorted by length, which is more useful. Because then I can pull that out once, keep that order forever, um, and then for each, while I'm iterating through it, for each of those answer locations in the list, pull the answer out of the puzzle at the current puzzle state, at the current stage of the puzzle development. And then when there's a problem, say like, okay, well, we're going to go through that list again. We're going to go back in the list. We're going to go reference each location. But the list of locations doesn't change. It doesn't have answers in it because the answers will change, but the answer locations will not change. And share it with Matthew Poco because it is our collection. I did not know that you two knew each other. Now I do. Now I'm guessing that you are partners or friends. Right on. Now I learned something important. Something important about two people in chat. That they share a board game collection. And probably other things. All answers sorted by length is no longer what I want. It's close to what I want. But it's now out of date. Because now I want answer location. I already designed answer location to be almost like everything else here, immutable. Int is immutable. Well, that's not true. This class is immutable. Orientation, you create the answer location. You can get things out of it. You cannot change anything in the class. Unrelated problem. Whatever. We are couch buddies and married. That's nice. I had a feeling that might be the case. That's cool. Shan Renner said, yes, we share many things. Many years ago, when we first moved in together, Matthew was ecstatic when realizing that my rum was now his rum as well. What? Do you have the best rum? I want to know more about the rum. List of answer locations. Oh my God. I just heard the music in my brain and it wasn't even real. I was like, oh, music, it's time to dance. No, it's not. Belgium, I got one related problem, but this code ain't one. Oh, nice. I don't even know the melody for that lyric, and I don't need to. Get all answer locations sorted by length. That's going to be the new name of that method that I care about. This is answer, rename all occurrences, answer locations. We can no longer add all horizontal answers, unfortunately. We're gonna do something else. Answer length. Oh boy, answer length reversed. I mean, answer location could have a length if that's useful here. It wouldn't. No, that wouldn't work because then I would have to populate that every time I create one, which I don't want to do. And then it wouldn't be equal when comparing them. And it has to be equal when comparing them. And I no, that would be bad. I can do something else. Well, I could get all the answers, sort them, and then whatever that result is, I can basically use this, and then whatever that result is, just get all the answer locations instead from that list. Yeah. No, it's just ordinary rum, but he was just excited by it. Your rum is now my rum. Can't go wrong with rum. It is nice to share things. I like rum. Reminds me of the where's the rum gone scene from one of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. It's nice to share. Shannon Anderson, one of your dance songs was running through my head over and over the other day, Joe. Yo, yeah, can you imagine being me? It's running through my head all the time. Because I only have the 3. That's why I need to like keep adding more. So if it gets to be like 10, and they're every 15 minutes, that's like 2.5 hours before it repeats, which is a mixtape, you'll still stick in your head. This one, yeah. What was that song? That was the one in my head. It's called Epic Sax Guy. It's doesn't have a proper name that I know of. It's from a clip that went viral that I didn't know about from Eurovision years ago. And there was this guy who came on stage with a saxophone and was dancing and playing the saxophone like really intensely, and it just sounds incredible. And that was the chorus. That was the part of it that keeps repeating now and then in the song, and or refrain or whatever it's called, the bridge. And I was just looking on soundalerts.com for like dance music clips, and I heard that one. And I was like, perfect. Don't know what it is. Sounds fantastic. Doesn't mean anything in particular other than like it's good music, and it sounds like you should be dancing. So I just grabbed that and was like, there's my dance song. And I put it as a channel points reward, which it's still there, but a little bit out of date because that one's like shorter. And then I had to like keep iterating on my anti-migraine project, and found that I could put found I wanted to make a longer version of that. But I was playing it, and my friend Game Freak Geek Girl was like, "It's Epic Sax Guy," and I was like, "It's what?" And then I looked it up and found it. So if you guess what's playing in my house, yeah, Daft Punk. Oh wait, I bet it's Epic Sax Guy. Epic Sax Guy full version, yeah. Epic Sax Guy full version is a show. Let's see, Epic Sax Guy, which is kind of a shame. Like he has a name, but he's not famous enough for people to use his name when talking about him. Epic Sax Guy. So like the top like the top video results in DuckDuckGo are not necessarily of him on stage. They're of Gandalf. Gandalf Sax Guy for 10 hours. Epic Sax Guy, Know Your Meme, also known as Sax Roll, is the nickname given to Sergei Stepanov, the saxophonist of the Moldovan dance pop trio Sunstroke Project, and his instrumental solo during the group's live concert at the Eurovision Song Contest in 2010, 12 years ago. That's how little I know of internet pop culture. Epic Sax Guy, original, HD. I don't know if I have sound working. With vibraphone, I found a version in Apple Music just by searching Epic Sax Guy. It really is what it's called now. Like, that's the degree to which, yeah, this doesn't have sound. I don't have sound hooked up for. You know what I don't have is I haven't been getting Firefox sound working well in OBS recently, but I did get Chrome, possibly. Audio, I have After Effects in here, because I did this, which will use any excuse to. Later, I do need to brush my cat's teeth, and I'll be switching like that, because that was a lot of work, but it was I'm very pleased with how it came out. And that's why I have an After Effects audio source in here that I no longer need. And this one, and this one, browser audio. So browser audio is probably working. I don't want. Good Lord. I won't play the whole thing because it's long and because I don't want a copyright strike. But I think a little bit of it might be okay. Let's just see if it works at all. Nope. Well, you won't get a copyright strike if you don't have any working audio. So there's that. Browser audio. Because it's the wrong window. Chrome. That's supposed to be it, and it's not it. Epic Sax Guy original. Wrong one. No, that is correct. It's just not working. Bummer. Well, the sound plugin for OBS is not always all that. Don't want that. But anyway, you can find it. I don't need to fix my my browser audio for this stream tonight. Another time for another stream. Top-notch scene transition there. Thank you so much. That's what I wanted. I had this like water wave transition that was like that I just got from somebody, and it was like, yeah, it's cool for like if you don't have anything. But once I made a Star Trek like overlay for when I'm playing games, I don't use it for coding because I want coding to be as big as possible. But when I'm doing stuff like this, then I want and I have like all the Star Trek stuff, then I much prefer to have a thematically appropriate transition animation. I don't know what else I'm going to add. I don't want it to be like too Star Trek'd up, but that's all the stream is about, because it's not. People already think I only care about Star Trek, which is not true. Okay, build. No, not build. This is all answers sorted by length. All answers by length. Whoosh, whoosh. Belgium said, I think I missed the stream you were building that in. During, yes. Probably. If you don't remember me doing it, it was last Monday. Ambi was busy, and I was just like, I'm going to stream something, but I don't know what. So I put up a wheel of indecision like this, and I just like click on it and be like, what should we do? Is my microphone working? Yes, it is. And it would go like this. Interact. It would spin and pick something. Wordle invariants. And then I would spin it again, and I'd get like 5 things, put them into a Twitch poll, And one of the things that came up was a holodeck scene transition animation. And I explained what that was, and somebody was like, I want to see that. Let's do that. What does that mean? Do that. Um, so, and I was like, okay, that's cool. That's one of the things I'm interested in doing. Somebody wants to see that, let's do that. And I did. It was Shadowrunner. And I was like, can we go back to the holodeck doors, please? Yeah. I have that because Shadowrunner requested it. Because what came up was that and Uncharted and some other stuff. We voted. Uncharted was chosen. I played Uncharted 5 for 2 hours. It was fun. And then I was like, I kind of feel my energy like lagging a little bit. Kind of want to spin the wheel again. I don't want to just play Uncharted forever. I want more chaos. I want to do some stuff, something else. And Shadowrunner said, yeah, can we do the holodeck doors? And I was like, hell yeah, we can do the holodeck doors. Like, we'll put that on the list. And then people voted for it and was like, okay, let's make holodeck doors. And we did. And now it goes whoosh whoosh. So nice. And then I used that for another stream. And people were like, oh, that's so cool. And I was like, it is cool. But in the back of my head, I was like, but the edges are wrong. Some of them don't look right. It's not perfect. So then I like stayed up and like redid it with like fixed all the edges, and then it was like now it has a bright halo, it's wrong again. To go darken all the edges, fix every edge, every pixel. Now it looks perfect. In Unduring is a conundrum. The building that you were building that in on during, yeah, any of those prepositions would work. Belgiumut said, oh, I remember the wheel. I missed the poll, but caught you playing a game for a while, and then I had to bounce for sleepy reasons. Oh well, yeah, it was late. Um, the first few hours was playing a game, playing Uncharted, shooting bad guys, and then just stayed up making that thing. Stayed up pretty late doing it because I was like getting like it's a lot of work, but it was like, oh, we're getting so close, so close, so close. Shadowrunners that I cashed in some gold press platinum for extra volts. Well, thank you for doing it, Shadowrunner. I'm glad you were interested because that was something that was like it's an asset for my stream. Just it just makes the stream cooler and more fun now. Instead of like the wave, which is like, oh, that's nifty, but feels off somehow. uh, so we got answers. Sorry, we got a list of answers. We don't need this anymore. We don't need to make an immutable list of the answers by length because we already have the answers sorted by length. And then we're not returning an immutable list of answers in this new place. I'm mixing up what I'm doing with these two methods. This is the old method. This is the new method. In the new method, I actually do want to keep it the way it was. I want the first 3 lines to be the same. And this one. Sort the answers by their length. Then reversed. Longest first. Then instead of making an immutable list of them, I want to make a new list of answer locations based on the list of answers that has been sorted by length. And driving up waterfalls. Driving up waterfalls is the best. Shadowrunner, I think that the clip you made, like I think Twitch had a problem because I couldn't find the clip, or I found it said like this is not available now, and then I tried to clip it and it was like there's an error. So I don't know. The clip's gone. But the VOD might still be there. It might still be possible to like make the clip now. If they fixed their clip system, it might have just been broken at that time. Because, things break. Videos. Because that was pretty funny. Repeatedly driving off the water fountain because I didn't know what I was doing. It's talking, don't talk. It was this one, this one, this one. This one somewhere in here might be able to make a clip of driving off the water fountain. Like Thelma and Louise. I can do it later. Okay, so list of answer locations, sorted. So sorted locations equals new array list. And or I could do some kind of like shortcut in modern Java that I don't particularly like, but most people do. Collect, any match, count, filter, find first. I think it's no, it's called, is it map? No. Is it called, you can, instead of looping, you can do for each. No, that's returning void. Flat map? I don't know. I don't know. Distinct count, any match, collect, all match. No. What is it? I don't remember. I don't care. I actually find it harder to read those anyway. For answer in answers, which have now been sorted. The clip is forever in my mind because of the many belly laughs. It's pretty funny. They were just like in the middle of a conversation. I'm just like, just driving up the thing, and then like, for each answer, we will do sorted locations, add answer, get answer location. I think that's easier to read than the one-liners that tend to go onto 2 lines anyway. And then we have sorted locations. Need to make an immutable list out of that. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Thank you for joining me in a dance break. That was a good one. My heart's beating faster. Map would be the operation in most functional languages I know. Yes. I was thinking it might be flat map in Java, which is weird, but I think that's probably right. But I didn't feel like spending the time to figure it out because it's super duper doesn't matter, except for that I should be a grown up and learn how to do it. But I don't wanna. So it'd be like stream, flat map, and then you have to pass a function in, which is something about answer, which is like a, and you pass the function in, it's like a get answer location, and then you or you just do like answer colon, oops, you do like answer get answer location, and then you do like something to list or something. Flat map too long. No. Filter, find any for each limit map. We did map already. Map, flat map, peak, flat map. What does flat map return? A stream, of course. How do you get out of the stream thing and back to list? You go collect or I forgot. Reduce. No. To array. Absolutely not. See, I don't know. I don't remember. I have it somewhere else in the code. I did do something like that. But huh. Definitely how I do this in Perl. Yes, I am sick and twisted. Now I'm curious. How do you do this again? Get answer location. Java stream to map. Java Stream to list. Belgium said the extra bits there because Java make it a lot less compact than I'd like. So the simple loop probably wins on readability and not being ew. Yeah, I have this conversation with people on stream whenever I do this kind of stuff. Convert stream to list using toCollection or using collect. Okay. Collect. Oh, and then you have to do this. Isn't this? Oh, wait, hold on. toCollection. What does that do? toCollection. There is no toCollection. Collect, collectors toCollection. Ugh. Collectors to list. It still doesn't work. What's the problem? Reason. No instances of type variables R exists so that answer location conforms to stream. Something extends R. What? What? I don't know. But let's say this were correct. It would look something like this. And it's like, is this more readable than that? Well, than that. So this is 4 lines. This is 2 lines. But this line is already 2 lines, even though it's long. This line is so long, I would convert this into 2 lines anyway, just because I don't like having lines of code that go off the edge and go on to the next line if I can avoid it. I would prefer to break them into small units of code where you're doing one step of this many steps on one line and then do some other steps on the next line. So it would still be multiple lines because it's so long and verbose. And you have to say collect collectors to list at the end. Whatever this thing, whatever's wrong with this, it's wrong. But whatever it is, it's pretty close to what it would look like. And you still have to end it with this. So yeah, we're going to use a loop. From Java 5 in 2009? I don't know what Java 5 was. 2008. Uncle Graham said, I usually prefer more readable code too. Yeah, because that's like, that's kind of the point. If it gets super long, yes, it's nice to use something short. They're the way that Java did streams and like whatever, it's just, it doesn't fit on one line. Like you can have it be on one line, technically, it's one or one statement. It's one statement, but it goes on and on and on. It's so verbose. So I think they just failed to make it like short and sweet. If it were like smaller, tighter languages and it just didn't have all that extra stuff, then I would use it. But it's so long, and I'm like, every time I'm like, what's the syntax for those? and and then I'm reading it and I'm like, what does it do? Why isn't this a loop? Why are we avoiding loops? What's wrong with loops? I don't know. I don't understand. So then we have sorted locations add, and then we need to make an immutable list out of the sorted locations, which is this little magic spell here. Answer location. I'll answer locations by length. This is going to have to be 2 lines because the verbosity of immutable list calls for this. And also because, well, I could try to make this shorter, but it's just gonna be long. Like here's the builder. Here, if we make the builder like this, and it's even that doesn't really work. Builder add all, sorted locations, build. Actually, we could just return this. Return. Still doesn't really fit. So if I do not refactoring, what am I trying to do? What? Uncle Graham said, as long as the efficiency isn't taking a big hit or something. No, it's definitely not. And none of this needs to be efficient. This is stuff that happens like in the background once in a while to make a puzzle, there isn't any concern if it's a little inefficient. Makes no difference. Like if you're waiting for a tweet and it's going to come in a few minutes, do you care if a couple milliseconds happen in the background differently and the tweet still arrives at the same time? I don't care. Um, let's see. Brr, 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 brr. Was I looking up? I lost my train of thought. Oh, IntelliJ keyboard shortcuts for like, I don't know, organized code or something. Um, format, format code, auto IntelliJ Java auto format. That's it. For Windows, Control Alt L. Control Alt L. But just for this line. So it doesn't say it has a problem. Now, if I make this very, very, very long, Control Alt L will bring that into the next line because the formatting rules that I have in place say 100 characters is the limit. So that works. But it won't bring it back up automatically with Control Alt L. But it's fine because as long as it's this length, it is within my tolerance level. I tuned in midway. What will this bot be doing? Excellent question. Thank you for asking, Uncle Gramps. This bot is going to be generating a crossword puzzle automatically from a dictionary that I have, and with clues, and then posting that crossword puzzle on Twitter and letting people reply to fill in the answers and get points for filling in the answers. And then it will put up, when the puzzle is partially completed, it will tweet again to show who has gotten which words or which letters have been filled in by which players, and the scores of those players, and keep track of their scores and then show like high score lists at the end of the week. It should, if there are no active correct players within a time frame, it should give hints by populating the crossword puzzle with a letter every once in a while and posting a new version saying here's another letter. You can't get points for this letter anymore, but here's a letter. Now you can try to guess. So if no one plays, it will gradually play itself. It will gradually fill in the all the letters that need to be there to finish it. And it should react right away when people reply to it as much as possible by telling them, sorry, you have to wait. You've just put a word in, or by saying your word is incorrect, or by saying a word is correct, you get some points. And what else? Have alt text. That's basically the idea. It's a crossword puzzle bot. And we're at the stage. Impressive. Well, none of that's, it's ambitious is the word, but nothing impressive about it because it doesn't exist yet. Once it exists, we can call it impressive. But if I could make Emoji Tetra through persistence, I think I can make this. It'll just take a while. But I figure making it like a habit of streaming the development process, however long it takes, like I'm in no rush. Just, it's done when it's done. Hey, King 440. Oh, Java. Nice. Yes, I do Java. Nice to meet you, King 440. How are you doing? How's your Saturday? And how did you find the stream? Was it a retweet from one of my bots? And which one? Nice to meet you too, good sir. Randomly. Oh, well, welcome. Welcome, random traveler. My name's Joe Sando. I get migraines, so to avoid them, I dance every 15 minutes. So you will have certain dance clip music in your head after a while. But I do intend to increase the number of different dance music options in the future. Thank you for the follow, King440. Very nice to meet you. How's your Saturday? What did you do today? Anything interesting? Anything relaxing? Okay, we don't need this. Sort answer locations by length descending. Well, let's do we'll go back to saying sort answers by length descending. That's correct. but then we ultimately we don't want this anymore. Wherever this got used, we want to use this instead. Um, People have sometimes been in chat and been like, I feel like I'm distracting you from making progress. I'm sorry, I don't want to chat. And I'm like, if I didn't want to be distracted, I would not be streaming it. And I honestly would get less done if I was like trying to do this without any company. Sometimes I like doing it by myself, but it's very easy to be like, I'm just gonna like wander off and do something else as soon as I reach a point that's confusing or something. I mean, I do code it on my own as well, but I appreciate the conversation and having something going on in stream besides just coding. Same for the last 2 months, nothing at all. Yes, right on. Celebrate doing nothing. Love it. I hope you're enjoying doing nothing. There is nothing wrong with doing nothing. I I celebrate your nothing doing, and I hope you do as well. I'm guessing you probably are okay with it because you have, to some degree, chosen to do nothing. All locations by length. Okay. So this is going to be puzzle get all answer locations sorted by length. We're going to get rid of this. Oh, shoot. This. Comment it out. So we're no longer having all answers sorted by length. Instead, we have all answer locations sorted by length. Does this still fit? No. It's a very long line. Get all answer locations sorted by like, oh, dance break time. Well, I did something today. I streamed for the first time and solved 2 LeafCode problems on stream. That's cool. I don't know what LeafCode is, but I'm gonna ask, what is LeafCode? 1.5 hours. Really hard. It's the song they play in the cantina. The only song they play in the cantina. I have no plans when I stand up for what my dance moves will be. They will come to me in the moment. The important thing is that I move around. Oh, LeetCode, not LeafCode. LeetCode makes more sense. I mean, I'm not familiar with that website particularly, but I am familiar with the word Leet. Everyone's so happily typing in exclamation point dance. And I feel bad that to my knowledge, Stream Avatars is ignoring it. Am I right? Stream Avatars doesn't react to that, does it? It should. But I didn't see the avatars dancing. I don't know. It doesn't when I do it. It doesn't react when my goose character does any dancing. It does? Can you do it again, please? It totally does. Do it again, please. I want to see the characters that are capable of dancing do some dance. I remember it doing some dance. Oh, yeah, the jiggle. Right, the jiggle. Yeah. Why doesn't it work on mine? Come on, goose. Dance, goose. I think it's a bug. I think it doesn't react to when the streamer's doing it. Jiggle and a jump. Oh, doesn't for me. Oh, it does. Mosh. I don't know about mosh. Jiggle and a jump. Is it working on mine? Let me look at the real time. I was looking at the delayed. I'm doing it again. Dance. Go goose. It's just sitting there. Just sitting there like a goose. Is it reacting to commands? Left. Right. It's reacting to commands, just not that one. All right, I'm gonna get big on here. I'm gonna have a nested mirror situation because I wanna see what's happening with my goose attempting to dance. It just moves its neck around a little bit. Oh, it does a little tiny bob. A really pathetic little dance animation. I see. The goose is just a bad dancer. That's fine. That's okay. It can fart. I bet. Yeah, that was a fart. Nobody chose. Wow. Oh no. And I turned on the feature in OBS that they recently added to like have OBS not show OBS on the screen, so it doesn't do that nested mirrors effect. Um, and the result was OBS crashed. So I restarted the stream, and it still checked, but it does show OBS on stream now. So I don't know. I'll try it again later. It didn't work very well while I was streaming. Little Goose just doing the best it can. Well, is it? It's doing something. I think it could do better. I believe in the goose. All answers sorted by length. We don't have that anymore. So instead, we have all locations by length. Oh yeah, I wanted to make this shorter. Immutable list of answer locations. See, this is just long because of what I asked for. I asked for this method to be a long name because it's a complex concept that's specific. I wanted the type to be an immutable list, which Java doesn't have unless you use a library. So I have this thing. I want it to be typed, so I have answer location. And on and on. There's a lot of reasons why this line is very long, but I do not appreciate long lines. They bug me. What line is what column is this? 107. We just have to lose like 8 characters. What programming languages do you use? I use Java and JavaScript and Groovy and HTML and CSS, and what else do I use? I try to stick to those because those are the ones that I'm most familiar with, and I don't enjoy learning languages, but I do when I have to. Um, and like some like things added on to those, like Groovy has like a sub language which is Spock for testing. JavaScript has like jQuery, and um, I want to learn React. I haven't learned React yet. I need to learn React, I think, to make some improvements to Blockosaurus, which is a site that I have for mass blocking people on Twitter. I feel like OBS crashed. It's a statement of similar style to water is wet. Yeah, poor OBS. It's the best of a pile of garbage. There's a bunch of garbage, and the best piece of garbage is OBS. Sand is dry, water is wet. I'm learning React. Let's do it together. Sweet. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do some like learn React streams eventually. Like when it may or may not be when you're learning it, but um, like I want to finish this bot. But I want to learn React because it might help me deal with JavaScript promises for a very complex scenario that I have with Blockosaurus that I haven't solved yet. I tried to solve it on stream last year, and it was much harder than I thought because JavaScript promises are hard. If you're not used to them, they're hard. And then I was reading about how to do JavaScript promises well, and that was like, okay, I'm learning, but it was just like it's so easy to do wrong and it's so hard to do correctly. Blockosaurus lets you paste in a bunch of Twitter handles and block them all, but because of the way Twitter handles API requests, if you put in more than like 30 or so, uh, it'll just like do some of them and not do the rest because it just does one call. What I wanted to do is do multiple calls, but I basically wanted to scale up to 1 million. I want you to be able to like put in 1 million things, and as long as your browser's open, it'll just keep on trying. It'll keep on working. It won't overload Twitter's servers. It won't go past your limits, your rate limits. It'll just keep track of your rate limits and keep on chugging through your list and give you constant visual updates showing which things it's blocked, and which things are pending, which things failed, which things it's retrying, which things don't exist, and just keep like plugging away at your thing. I don't want to make it server side. I want it to be in the browser. Because then it scales like then I don't have to worry about it. It'll just run on glitch, and it'll scale to whatever the person's browser will do as they sit there and wait for it to process. Hi, Delaney. Welcome. How are you doing? How was your Saturday? What'd you do today? What'd you do today? We had one answer so far that was nothing, which is a fantastic answer. Um, and I'm eating some broccoli and some chicken. Actually, just some broccoli. Oh, I should have some vino so I don't like fart up a storm when I eat the broccoli. It's really good. I put a bunch of garlic and salt on it, seasoned salt, and a lot of garlic. Quite tasty. Not as good as my mother's, but good enough for the little bit of effort that I put into it. Delaney said it was good. We went to our friend's place. I haven't been over there in a year or 3 for obvious reasons, but we decided to. Cool. That's great. I'm glad you had fun. I'm still staying home myself. I'm waiting for case numbers to go single digits and stay there for a few months. When will that happen? I don't know. But I'm okay staying home. um, so all locations by length. Oh yeah, I was trying to make this line shorter. I don't know if it's gonna happen. If I could shave this down by 8 letters, let's just do locations by length and mm, get all answer locations sorted by length. Well, I guess I could change that to by length. Get, oh, also we could take out all because it's kind of implied. Get answer locations by length. Locations, that's pretty good. 95. That's it. That's less than 100. Success. So now pick a random starting word line from the set of longest word lines. It's not word lines, it's answer locations. Pick a random starting answer location from the set of the longest answer locations. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, yeah, yep. So we'll do, oops, replace this later with a loop. Locations by length get 0. Answer location 0. The answer has to come from the puzzle, which means we need to be able to say puzzle. So we used to do get horizontal answers, get vertical answers, get answer. Now we have get answer locations by length. We used to have get all answers sorted by length, but we're not going to do that anymore. So get all. Let's get back into here. How are you? I'm good. I'm glad that I'm doing my dancing every 15 minutes. I need to add some more music because was it who was it in chat? Shanaraner? Somebody had said, oh, Belgium had said, oh God, there's a poop. I dare not. You did, King did the poop. I missed that. Did the poop work? I want a poop. I mean, you know what I mean. I want to see the goose poop. Did it poop? I can't tell. Sometimes you can't tell if a goose poops. Ugh. uh, try it again. One more poop. I'm just being distracted. Come on, goose. I don't see it pooping. The goose is not loose. Um, Someone had said that that one of the dance Cities, the Epic Sax guy, was stuck in their head because it's pretty catchy. Yeah, it was Shadowrunner. Um, and I used to have only that one. I don't understand. So no, I think it didn't work. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to make the thing at the bottom, these little dudes, trying to make them make my goose poop. Hello, GM Rafi. Good morning. Nice to see you. How you doing? Welcome in. How's your Saturday going? I'm trying to make a Twitter bot that makes crossword puzzles. Still in the first half of that process, probably the first quarter. It's a pretty big project. Um, but I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be cool for a bot on Twitter to make crossword puzzles that you can be like, oh, I think I know the answer to that one. You put in a clue, you put an answer for one of the clues, and it's like, that's right. And now the puzzle looks like this. And you're like, yes. And then you do another one and it says, you have to wait a few minutes, let other people play. And you're like, oh man, that's no fun. And then you get put another one later and you're like, I got another one. Shannon so yeah, that was me. I was at work doing slightly mindless things and was dancing in my chair just slightly. It's a very dancey song. And that's why I like having the automated music. It's like, um, I'm not going to remember to do it. And I can't rely on chat to always be there or to be interested in doing channel point redemptions to make me get out of my chair. So I was like, I need this to just be part of life, part of streaming life, constantly dancing without making it a dance stream where you get DMCA'd. Helena said, oh, sorry, my brain's a bit fried. Being human for long stretches was a challenge for me pre-pandemic, so my tolerance isn't great now. Yeah, I understand. How I'm going to, oh, posture check. Thank you for the redeeming posture check and hydrate. Thank you so much. Oh. Yeah, how I'm going to deal with people when the pandemic is gone. I don't know. I think it'll be pretty easy, honestly. I'll be like, yay! Yeah. GM Raffy said, happy time zone. It's Sunday for me. Knee surgery on Friday went well, apparently. I can already almost walk again already. Wow. That's amazing that you can almost walk on Sunday after knee surgery on Friday. That's some good surgery. That's some good healing process you got there. Well, hell yeah, hobble along. um, that's great. I'm happy for you, Jay Murphy. I'm glad that you got your surgery, and I'm glad that you're recovering so quickly. That's really good. Okay, looks like this doesn't need to be like that. Oh, maybe it does. Never mind. Why is it gray? Explicit type arguments can be inferred. Remove type arguments. Alt Shift Enter. What? Remove type arguments. Neat. Okay. There's something red down here. Return build. So we're getting rid of this. Goodbye. We don't need you anymore. We have get answers locations by length. But now we need something new. Also, Joe, the auto dance, smart move. Thank you, Delaney. It took a lot of thinking and experimentation. And I kind of sacrificed my cat camera to put it up on top. I had to get some of these arms, some like camera arms. And I got them for like board games and stuff, but then I was like, I had the dance going first as a channel points reward, uh, like this. This was my first like, oh, this will be great. I'll be healthier and have fewer migraines from dancing if I just ask people in chat to remind me to do this, and I'd get up and like just dance my torso in front of the camera, and and I had that short little sound alert that I found out what it was, found a longer clip, um, and I was starting to feel self-conscious about wiggling my boobs at the camera, and I was like, this is not what I was intending. So I think what I need is a separate camera for standing so that I can dance with comfort and confidence and not feeling like I'm being weird in a way that I don't like. Um, Showing off my torso, just my torso, after a few times felt like, I don't know if I want to do that. Belgiumut said, Blah, I'm obviously too sleepy to notice the star was already caught. Suppose that means I should sleep. Good night, Joe, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Good night, Belgiumut. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you. Have a good sleep. Stars already caught. I'm gonna drop some more stars. Since somebody mentioned it. The stars are fun. I kind of want streaming avatars to do more stuff. I also want it. I have this idea of making a bunch of Deep Space Nine characters and putting them in streaming avatars. They don't exist yet, but they're in a video game from like 1995 called Crossroads of Time, Deep Space Nine Crossroads of Time. And I have it, and I kind of figured out how to like take screenshots while it's playing to get all the frames of the animation. Um, and you can switch characters if you play the game. You start as Cisco, you can become like Odo and Kira and Dax, some of them. So then I could get their like running, jumping, shooting, crouching animations. I tried to decompile the program, and it was the type you can't pull the graphics out of. You have to play it because the graphics are all binary. They're embedded in the code. So the only way to get the graphics is to play the game all the way through, record all of the animations, and cut them out and put them into streaming avatars. So that's one of my like preposterous things I want to do on stream. That's one of these days. Delaney has won 5 from the jump catch game. Yes. Delaney said, God knows I've been trying to take more breaks from sitting at desk. Get up and shake out my busted hips some. Right on. GM Rafi, thank you for following. Thank you so much. I am planning on streaming coding on Saturdays. Monday evenings, California time, I stream usually puzzle games with Ambirona, and Tuesday I'll be streaming with a bunch of other board game streamers, some tech, not board games. We're gonna be streaming some like OBS tricks and tips for each other because we have things to teach each other, and people wanted to see it, so we're gonna stream it. Sunday, tomorrow, I'll be on Salt and Sass Games channel. It would be fun to watch you play that DS9 game on stream. That is decidedly a kind of weird. You had me at Deep Space Nine decompiling. Decompiling it didn't work. I really tried, and I really tried to get stuff that would like take the embedded graphics data and like put it together, and it wouldn't line up, and then it was the wrong colors, and it was like all messed up, and there was mistakes in it, and I was like, it's close, but not close enough. The only way is going to be to play it and record frames while playing it. Like whenever I get access to a character, I'll just have to record all of the like, okay, walking right, walking left, standing, facing this way, crouching, jumping, shooting, punching, all the motions that they can do in the game. And I could do that now with Cisco because he's the first character. And there's like the way I have the game in an emulator, like I can turn off the background and stuff. And like I started doing it. It was a while ago. But then I was like, okay, well, this is gonna be like something that maybe I like do on stream. Plus it's like it's a Star Trek related thing to stream, and it's like super retro and weird, and no one's played this game. But like that's something I'd be comfortable like retweeting from Picard Tips and Riker Googling. Because it's Star Trek. And like I gotta understand the game and beat it, or most of it, to get access to those characters, and then be like, okay, now we're not gonna play for a few minutes. First, we're gonna collect all the data, all the images we need to put them to like, they're like, we have access to Odo now. We're gonna get Odo, get him ready for stream avatars. Delaney said, okay, brain utterly failing to keep up. Good sign for me to Z. Take care, Joe. Take care, chat. Thanks, Delaney. Good night. Sweet dreams. Maybe I wasn't explaining it very well. In my head, it makes sense, but it may be You'd have to see it to understand it at the level that I'm talking about. It's a pixel game. It's a pixel art game about Star Trek characters, and I want to get them into streaming avatars. These little dudes down below my face. It would be fun to watch you play that DS9 game on stream. I thought so, Shanorana. I think it would be kind of funny. So now we have this. We got the answer location, but not the answer. So now we need to get from the puzzle, get the answer that matches this answer location. So we need a new method. Get answer at answer location. Answer 0, get answer at. And this is red because it doesn't exist. Create method. Yay. Get answer at location. Don't want it there. I want it a little higher. Get answer locations by length, and then get answer at location. So we can get vertical answers, horizontal answers. It's going to be one of those. If everything coded correctly, the grid should match. Everything that's in the horizontal answers and the vertical answers should already match the grid at this stage, at any stage. Because we modify the puzzle by calling with answer, which is this kind of honking long thing here. With answer goes from line 49 to line 107. It's too long. It's too long. But I'm not sure yet how to shorten it. Come to that later. So if that's true, and we can trust what's in those two lists, get horizontal answers, get vertical answers, then where are we? Get answer at, we can do answer location. We kind of want the same logic again, which means that this part, here's one way it can be shorter. Let's see, reference number doesn't get used up here. It gets used down here. So put that down there. Orientation doesn't get used. It gets used a little bit down here. But oh, it gets used again here. Okay. But what I was thinking was this could be a utility method because I need to do this more than once. At the very least. Extract method. We're choosing which answer list. Answer list. Choose answer list. What? Answer text, answer location, and orientation. That's not right. What are we using those for? Oh. For the message. That's not optimal. If Odo shapeshifts, that would take a while. Yeah, I don't know. He might. It might just be like it's a puzzle game, but it's also like a fighting game with like punching and kicking and ducking and shooting. So I don't know if he shapeshifts. He might shapeshift in one of his like battle ways that's like not turning into a bird. He's just turning into like Odo with a giant fist. Something like that. Where, kind of Miss Marvel style. But I don't know. I haven't gotten to that part of the game. I've only played the beginning of it and then had this idea and put it on the list of things to stream. But yeah, I think it would be fun. And it's like completely silly. it's an asset. Like it turns my stream into more of a Star Trek-y place. Because then I can have like a set of characters to be in stream avatars. Like I could change it so instead of like various characters from various properties and stuff, it's just like no, everyone's someone from DS9. that's that's it. And you can choose which person from DS9 you are. Or I can just add them to the list. Okay, so this not great. Orientation must not be null. Um, it really doesn't matter. I had this error message in here because I had to put something, and those variables were available. But now, if they're not available, then I kind of don't really want to do that. I think I'll just pass the orientation in. That's pretty good. Which means this called from, is it called from here? No, it's called from here. That makes more sense. We just pass in the orientation, choose answer list, which means this can go down here, which is a little better. It's already slightly better code anyway. That's better. So now we can do this more than once. Down here, get answer at, we want to choose the answer list by the orientation. And then once we have that answer list, it's either the horizontal answer list or the vertical answer list. Then we cycle through the answer list, which we could try doing it with streams. I don't know. Find, filter, find first. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Yeah, exactly. Don't hurt me. Exactly. No more. I mean, to be super DS9, it would have to be less about like the TNG L-Cars layout that I had for games, and it would be more appropriate to something that was more Cardassian. But that's not true. There's still like DS9 computers, some of them still have like Federation interfaces on them. But it's definitely a mix. It's a hodgepodge. Because they're on a Cardassian station that they took because they're the good guys and taking it was the right thing to do. A mix is nice too. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that I know how to do that. I'm just saying that ideally it would be cool to have like a DS9 version of that stuff. But honestly, it's not like I want it to be just DS9. It's just that that's the game that I know exists with pixel art, animated pixel art of the main characters doing walking motions and jumping and stuff. I don't know if there's a TNG one. I know from Silver Metal Tavern stream that there is one for original series. I just don't like the original series, so it's not worth the trouble. Find first. Find first where answer. What? What? Find any where a. You can't just do what is wrong with this? I don't know. It's supposed to be an answer. Answer A. That doesn't work. No. Okay, never mind. Forget it. I tried. I'm done. For I. Oh yeah, we need a Boolean to break out early. This will be answer list size Boolean still looking is true. While still looking and I is less than answer list size, we will go get answer list get I. That's the answer. Let's say answer get reference number. If answer get reference number, which is an int, equals, we can do answer location get reference number. If the answer get reference number equals the whatever specified reference number, then we got it. Then answer found equals answer, and instead of breaking, I'm going to use a Boolean, still looking equals false, because I've been taught that breaking out of loops is a little bit confusing to follow, but that using Booleans is a little bit less confusing to follow. They're both confusing, but I think it's a little bit better to use a Boolean. I'm going to move this down here. Still looking equals true, which I could put here. Oh, you can't. Oh, okay, never mind. That's not how that works. Found equals answer, still looking equals false. I guess I have to set this to null up here. Probably. So presumably, theoretically, we should get something. If not, that sucks. Return found. Get answer at answer location. This feels like something that needs testing. So does the other thing. Looks like there was a TNG Game Boy game, but the crew were just talking heads, not walking around people. Ah, thank you for looking. Yeah, they got to be walking around people, preferably with some jumps and some sit, crouch motions and stuff. I think there's a sit command. Most of the characters in streaming avatars have the ability to sit. Yep, the goose sat down. And then I think it'll get up if I put something, if I put stand or if I put like a walking, like a go left thing. Okay. All right. We're going to do this. We are having one of those things, so let's just take a moment here and do this. See how this works. It's going to do a few things. And I'm going to turn off that. And I don't think there's any mods currently here. Seribot is doing an excellent job of banning most of the follow bots that are attempting to tweet, to write in chat. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have mods available at the moment, but I'm really enjoying watching Seribot ban very large numbers of them very quickly. This is the first time I can recall being follow-botted. I'm looking to see if the viewer count increases to give me an estimate of how big the follow bot swarm was. I've turned on a couple of settings to keep bots from chatting, which does mean that those of you who are legitimate people who are chatting very nicely, some of you may not be able to talk just yet in chat, but I'm just letting Seribot do its incredibly fantastic work of banning a huge amount of these bots. Interesting. Um, and then I'm gonna have to, and I think it's banning them, but they're probably still gonna have to block them from following. Don't know if Seribot's doing that. Don't think so. But wow, it's doing hundreds of them. They're just going. And then let's see here. If we do followers, restrict chat to followers based on their follower duration. I've never had to use the panic button before for anything for real. Used it once just to show what it was. Follow for, well, let's just do 60. I think that's 60 minutes. 1 hour followers only mode for this room. So if I did that correctly, let me turn off anything else that restricts chat. Emote only off. Oh, Shadowrunner, thank you for this for subscribing. That's very kind of you. Let's see. I appreciate it. Subscribers. Oh, you're subscribing in order to talk. It's not in emote only mode. Okay, good. Is it in slow? What kind of slow mode is it on? Limit how frequently. Slow. Um, well, we'll go slow. Slow mode is fine. Yes, Shadowrunner, you are able to chat. Fantastic. Thank you for spending money to break through the necessary restriction uh, for that. That was remarkable. You can't see all the bans that were happening, but I was just watching Seribot. Oh, I can show you. Seribot was doing phenomenal work banning all this. It doesn't even it's lost. I can't even show you all of it because it's gone. Janet did a great job of filling the chat with rainbow hearts. Yes. So I learned that the reason that I got Mix It Up, this is worth talking about now that I've had a follow swarm attack. Not a hate raid, but a follow swarm. It is in the format of a hate raid, but there wasn't a whole lot of hate. It was just this very strange comment. Twitter bots are better or something. I don't know. So some bot maker on Twitch was like, I'm gonna follow swarm this person because he wrote about Twitter bots on his description of his stream. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Whatever. Um, but this is Mix It Up, which is which I got for when I was researching how to handle and prevent hate raids. One of the tools that I saw, because I'm a mod in the End Hate Raids Discord, hate raid response Discord, associated with the End Hate Raids website, and there's a bunch of different tools that are recommended by experts in there, and one of them is Mix It Up because it can do a bunch of different stuff. And I have not made my panic button correctly turn off alerts because I just didn't think it was going to happen. And I switched from Streamlabs OBS to regular OBS and never bothered to finish making my panic button do the right thing. The idea of the panic button is like you do one thing. Originally, it was like you do something that will like on your Stream Deck or on your keyboard, and you press a button, and then should do a whole bunch of stuff that solves a lot of the problems that are happening in the moment. Um, The problem is that when you're streaming, if you're away from your computer or you're distracted or you're overwhelmed or you have a response anything other than perfect, which is pretty common when you're getting a hate rate, um, it would be nice if your mods could do it for you. So I was looking at solutions that would let your mods do it for you so that the more mods you have who you trust, the more likely it is that someone will be around to just be like, oh, what am I supposed to do in this situation? Oh, I just type exclamation point panic and that'll do everything. Okay, great. And then we'll, sort out the rest of it later. Um, the but what happens but I set that up and I was doing this mostly for research because like I don't think I'm like a prime target, but I wanted to help my friends who are more targeted like be ready. Um, my research was mostly like this is too complicated. Most people aren't going to want to do this, but they are going to want Seribot. So mostly I did a lot of research on a lot of things, recommended Seribot to all my friends and left it at that. But the reason that it fills up the chat with hearts, um, and subscriber mode is off now, by the way. So if anybody wants to chat who has been following um, for more than an hour, you can now chat. It is okay to chat now. In fact, I would appreciate it if you gave it a shot so that I can see that it's working. I'm going to turn off slow mode for the moment and see how it goes. Don't know yet whether the follows have been removed, but we'll see. Oh, hi again. Hi, holograms. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for checking that it works. It works again. Hooray. So I have to check my followers list to see if I have to prune that later. I don't have to do that right now, but I could. Um, the reason that it fills up the chat with heart messages as part of the panic button is that you can't clear chat really. If you clear chat, what's happening? Ah, supposed to be dancing, but I can't hear the music because I turned off the alerts. It's music without sound. Let's see, turn off alerts, and then it should start to work again. It's not working. Where'd it go? I don't know. We'll see if the next one works. Um, because I just turned off like all my alerts, including the mix it up alerts that are like time to dance. But mix it up was still in the background, changing which camera was supposed to be the active one. So my panic button says set it to subscribers only, clear the chat, but that doesn't really work because when you clear the chat, uh, um, there are plugins for the browser that prevent the chat from clearing. There's a couple of them, and they're very common. So for a lot of people, they'll still see what's in the chat even if you don't. So a more effective way of getting rid of all the stuff visibly in the chat that might be disturbing to anybody is to just fill it up with something that's not disturbing, like lots of hearts. So there was somewhere buried in there was a chat message. This chat is now in subscribers only mode and slow mode and will be restoring normality. It's just as soon as we are sure what is normal anyway. Thank you. Which is partly a quote from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. What's out of date here is that I was turning off alert box, emote wall, and stream avatars, but I was doing it in Streamlabs OBS, which I no longer use. So I need to make a note to edit that. Matthew Poco sang the song for you. Thank you so much. The music was inside you all along. Thanks, Uncle Gramps. That's how it looks whenever I'm like streaming with my friends and I'm like, I'm still gonna be doing the dancing thing so I don't get a migraine, but you all won't hear the dance music because I haven't set up Voicemeeter for it yet because it's a little complicated and easy to get wrong. So I need to make a note to update Mix It Up for now that I know that follow swarms are still happening. And they were also trying to say something and being blocked by Seribot. They were trying to say something odd that was like not super offensive. Um, it was weird. I don't know if it's still here. No, it was before all the blocks. It's gone. It was something about like Twitter bots are better or something. I don't know what that meant. Whatever. Update mix it up for OBS for panic button. And I also have a relax command, which I need to update for panic and relax. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah. Clear out bad follows. Um, follow swarms are different from hate raids, but they can serve a similar function, or they can serve a related function, because when they follow you, they can follow you into a raid. And then they can raid, like when you raid somebody, then they may do a follow swarm there and then do more follow swarms in more places. And if you don't block all of them with commander root tools, then, which you can look up commander root to find out how to do that, um, then you need to, they will be ready to do hate raids on other people's streams. So it's like a disease. It's like you have to like kill the virus before it spreads. So because I've been follow swarm now, I cannot. Thank you for the follow, vis-a-vis V's and V's. I am now carefully suspicious of follows to see if they are multiple and following a pattern of names. But if you are a real person, welcome and hello. And if you are part of a straggling follow swarm, then less welcome. But if you are able to, I would appreciate a hello so that I know that you are not part of a follow swarm, or less likely to be. Um, I cannot raid anyone tonight unless I first remove all of those follows. Oh, actually, no, I think I can't anyway, because even if I remove them as followers, they can still be in chat. There is no Twitch does not provide any tools for removing people from chat. None. You can ban so they can't talk. You can block so they can't follow, but they can still be in chat. And that's just Twitch's decision. It's a terrible design decision. Makes no sense, but that's how it works. And if they're in chat, then when I do a raid, they will go on to the next person and follow them, and be ready to participate in hate raids at scale later on. But Seribot did an incredible job of banning so many of them, and I can get that list. Well, I can get it all from Commander Root Tools later on. But in the meantime, well, I guess I can check. This is all like, this is kind of my wheelhouse. Like, I'm talking about this. Some people choose not to address it if it's like, oh, something bad happened during stream. But I actually find it like really, really useful to explore like what the options are and what can be done. So I am looking in the current chat to see who, which I normally don't do. I don't see a large number of viewers, so I think that those bots were not in viewer mode. They were not in chat. They were sending chat messages, but they never entered viewer mode, which is why my view count didn't go up, I think. Or maybe Seribot was able to ban them fast enough that somehow they left. I don't know. But I need to do that. I need to clear up bad follows. That's it. So, and then once I started using Mix It Up, and I was like, well, if I'm going to be using it because I want it for that tool, I want to like practice using it. It's going to be something where I'm going to be running it. So what else can it do? And I started moving my bot stuff into it, and I was like, I actually really like this. Like, it's not ideal having to run an extra program, but the fact that it can do more stuff is cool. And that's when I was like, as a programmer, I was like, oh, so that means I could tell it every now and then, like on a timer, it could send messages, play a sound on my stream, change which camera I'm using, and then I could do some dancing and they could automatically switch it back. And I was like, oh yeah. So now I'm like a convert. I'm like, mix it up all the way. Need to have mix it up for streaming for sure. Um, what was I looking at? I don't know. Oh, I wanted to make sure that the music, that the dance is still working because with all what I just did, I had to hide my alerts, and now I don't know what's going on with the alerts. Um, there was a follow. Did I make Saribot? No, but I know I've interacted with the creator of Saribot, um, because we both do volunteer work in the hate rate response Discord server, where there's a bunch of like anti-hate raid tool developers that hang out in there, and I got a few more in. I saw more tools being made. I was like, would you like to come talk to a bunch of other developers of hate raid response, hate raid prevention tools? And they were like, sure. And now they're in there all chatting up. But it's died down because that whole phenomenon has like not abated, but like reduced substantially. It's less of a constant thing for so many people that it was for a while. Um, what was I looking? I wanted to test the dance timers and see if they are working. I don't think so. Oh, it is working. Turn it to Kermit at the end there. I thought about making some tools, but there were so many people already working on some that were good that I was like, I don't think we need more tools. I think we just need coordination to like help people find the tools and help the tool developers do their work to make the tools better. Okay. What I was saying before all that bullshit was that we need some tests. What time is it? 10:12. We need some tests. But I need to brush the cat's teeth and feed the cats. So I'm going to put in here some notes about what tests need to be made and then switch to some cat-oriented development. What? Oh. Puzzle. We have new methods. Get answer at should get answer at answer location. Fail, implement me. I'm making tests that fail so that I'll see them and remember to implement them. Puzzle. Get answer locations by length. Should get answer locations sorted by length descending. Is that it? That might be it. That's the new methods that are doing important stuff. Puzzle Composer. This is all in the service of making Puzzle Composer do its work. I'm discovering what methods I actually need as I try to implement the algorithm that I typed up before for how Puzzle Composer should compose a puzzle. Okay. No. Get rid of that. That's wrong. That's old. All right. Do we want this to be in a form that is compiling. I think maybe we do. Well, no, it's okay. Having some red stuff isn't so bad for like the end of a coding session. I wouldn't necessarily check it in. Um, but it's like a place to stop where it's like when I come back, I'll be like, "What's this? This is red. It's wrong." Um, and I don't necessarily have to stop right now, but I probably should stop pretty soon because I have more streams this week and I can't push it all today. But I can brush the cat's teeth, so I think we should do that. Let's go. Let's go get some cats. I will. Oh wait, no, not yet. I want to see if there's anything that's like ready to commit. I don't know if there is. Well, there's that stuff. It's not tested yet, but it looks probably correct ish. It's just not tested yet because I didn't write these tests yet. And then there's Puzzle Composer, which is just a bunch of stuff. I don't want to leave too much stuff not checked in and not like backed up because my computer could die. It's always a possibility. And it's already been kind of flaky. No, the hard drive seems okay, but you never know. So let's do. I think let's check in the changes to puzzle, because they're good. They're not tested, but they're good. So get answer at and get answer locations by length and choose answer list was refactored out of here because I needed to use it for get answer at. Now is the timer. The other time was a FB extra because I pushed the button because I had a feeling that the audio wasn't working. And it turns out I was wrong. Puzzle. I think I'll just put all that in one commit. That's pretty good. Just the puzzle stuff. Collectors. Are we using collectors? I don't think so. Nope. Control Option O. Yes. Let's get that. We're not using collectors. I chose not to because it was kind of sucky. Not great. Okay, so these changes are essentially doing what? No. I'm going to do a couple different things. I want to do for puzzle. Oh. Puzzle with answer location. Oh, well, this needs to change. So the puzzle spec, this part of it needs to get checked in first. Stage lines need to stage this part of this file. The bottom part I don't need right now, but these tests need to go in first because they had to change to match to match what I did to the with answer method. So fix test for with answer change. And then let's do some more itty bitty changes. This, we're gonna stage these lines along with choose answer list. Just that. Extract choose answer list method. Then get all answer locations by length instead of get all answers sorted by length. I kind of want to make that its own commit. So I will. That looks wrong. Yeah, that is wrong. Unstage that one line there. Okay. Um, so this is get all answers sorted by length for puzzle, which means there's probably a test that goes with that that's also failing. But it'll fail, I'll fix it because it's failing. That's what tests are for. You have to, or that's not what they're for, but it will be automatically found by the fact that it's necessary to fix it because it'll fail. Get answer locations. Change. Get all answers sorted by length. Get all answers sorted by length to get answer locations by length. This is actually not a very good comment. I think I need to change that. Instead of, so get answer locations by length instead of answers. Then we have get answer at, which is the other piece of that puzzle, the puzzle of making the puzzle, which is once you have gotten that list of answer locations and you have an answer location, you need to pull out the full answer from the puzzle for the given answer location. Get answer for answer location. Get answer for specified location. Which admittedly, I should probably be writing more comments in the code for that. But most of it's sort of self-describing. What's this? This file clerk, yes. Read text file based on, okay. Read text files based on dictionary files folder location path. Puzzle spec, couple of these. Puzzle composer. I don't really want to check code in that's not even compiling. That just seems like a bad idea. Let's do some stuff here. Get rid of that. Just comment that out because it's kind of some stuff that I'm still fiddling with, but it doesn't compile yet. Puzzle composer. Commit. Puzzle composer in progress. Puzzle spec. Test stubs still to implement. And this is not necessary. I don't know if I need the MySQL stuff or not, but that was just something where I needed to make sure Gradle, oopsie, discard the change, where I needed to make sure Gradle was like doing something new so that it would rebuild, just to test that it was, to see what was going on. It turns out it was my fault, but the error messages weren't showing up in a way that made that obvious. So I thought it was possible it was Gradle's fault. And then I'll push all these changes to the remote GitLab repo. And now if my computer loses data, I won't cry. I'll cry, but I won't cry as much. I won't have to re-implement what I just did today or last week. Okay, now that's safe. It is now safe to go get some cats and brush their teeth. We're going to brush Nibbler's teeth first, and then we're going to brush Amethyst's teeth right here on my channel. I'll be right back. Here we go. Yay for backups. Here we go. I got Nibbler. Yes. You want me to hold you for a while? Okay. Nibbler has a bump on his chin. So, yes, holodeck time. Holodeck, cat time in the holodeck. Time to brush Nibbler's teeth, and it's also time to put on his chin medicine. Which one should we do first? I think we should do your teeth first. He's got a scratch on his chin that kind of maybe got a little bit infected and has become a bump. So I'm supposed to put on some medicine, some cleanser for wounds. His chin a few times a day. Kitty. All right, let's start with teeth brush. This is Nibbler. He's a ragdoll. He's 4 years old. He's very good at getting his teeth brushed. Good boy. Yeah, I didn't have my holodeck background on before, so it's a nice thematic surprise that goes with the doors well. Your bump is feeling, I think it's feeling better. It feels more like a scab, and it's not so thick and bumpy. Oh, Nibbler is lucky to have you take care of him. Yeah, he doesn't think so, but he tolerates it. He has very clean teeth. We've gotten compliments from the vet at how clean our cat's teeth are compared to most of the cats he sees. So most people don't clean their cat's teeth, but we do. Usually I have the holodeck background is kind of like my default choice. When I have like my face in a little rectangle in a corner of my stream, but since I'm coding, I use the full screen, and then I just let the green screen be a nice way to put myself on top of my code instead of in a corner separate from the topic of the stream, the other topics. So we haven't seen the holodeck until now today. We made pretty good progress on some of the code. Very important changes needed to be made. Oh, gotta skip a dance.
What is love?
You wanna dance with me, Nibbler?
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love?
Good boy. That was such a good dance, Nibbler. You're such a good dancer. Such a good dancer. He doesn't know the difference between teeth brushing and dance time. It's all just like, okay, I have to put up with this operation and this operation. Whatever. Just let me know when you're done. Okay, first we're going to put on the cleanser. Try to get it between the fur. There. Good boy. Oh, it's a little bit brown. Scab's starting to fall off, I guess. Then we're going to put the gel. To seal in the healing process. The love is not biting Joe. Yeah, he is a very good boy. He does bite me if I do the wrong thing. But none of this is the wrong thing. This is all okay. If I pet him wrong, that'll get me a bite. Oh, your scab's starting to fall off. Congratulations. Got pieces of scab coming off here. That's nice. That's good stuff. Congratulations, Nibbler. Soon you'll be all better. Okay. Sorry. I want to clean your toothpaste off. Just your cheeks. Thank you. Good boy. Okay. Wipe this off. And get one more cat. I'll be right back. We already have a toothbrush. Should be quick. Mmm. This is Amethyst. She's a 4-year-old Siberian. She's very sweet. She slept on my legs last night. She hates getting her teeth brushed, but she tolerates it. She just has a sensitive spot in the front. Be extra careful about the front. She likes to cuddle with me on the toilet, and she likes to cuddle with me when I get out of the shower and sit on the edge of the bathtub. That's her favorite. And once in a while, she'll cuddle with me on my chair in the office, but not often. Good girl. That was the sensitive spot. That was it. And that, Shadowrunner, that is the, I've been lazy about making emotes, but that was the first emote I made. It was just Amethyst's face as a kitten. Yes, good girl. Get your teeth all clean. Then we're going to make you some dinner. Good girl. I'm thinking I might want to, since we're on the subject of what to do when you get follow botted, instead of just ending stream and like going to clean it up, I think I might want to show how that's done. I'm just not sure if it's safe to show or if it shows any keys you're not supposed to show on stream. I don't know. I don't remember. It's the Commander Root tools. It can show you all the people who followed in a certain time range. And part of my panic button was to create a stream marker on my VOD, which if I can figure out how that works, how to find that, then I can find the timestamp of when I press the button. And that will tell me basically everybody who followed during the couple minutes before and after that is sus and needs to be blocked as well as banned, which Twitch is silly enough to regard as a different operation. Ban means cannot chat, block means cannot follow. Nothing means cannot sit in the list of users or watch the stream. Good girl. All right. Teeth brushing complete. Let me see. If I look in the Commander Root tools, I might be able to tell whether it's safe to stream it. Commander Root, yes. Bot remover. Exactly. How to remove Twitch bots. Yes, yes, yes. Where's the website? Commander root. Commander root Twitter. Commander root is live on Twitch, playing Path of Exile. Curious. For not very many viewers. Interesting. I would expect him to be more famous. Let's see. Twitch tools. Here we go. Okay, follower remover, follower list viewer. Let's first do follower list viewer and log in. And I'm partly just looking to see if the URL has anything in it that I wouldn't want to show on stream. I think it's okay. Yeah, this says I have 707 followers, which is wrong. So yeah, there's a bunch in here. I think that V's and V's was probably a real person, showed up later on, but all the ones before that had a pattern. Let's switch over, and I can show it. So the commander root tools are are here. They are a very powerful but somewhat difficult to use set of tools for cleaning up your Twitch account. They're at here, Twitch tools, so and so, and one of them is one of the tools is the follower list viewer, that you can look at the list of anyone on Twitch, not just yourself. So I'm going to look at my followers, and I know I had 600 and something earlier today, and now I have 707. That's too many. I don't want followers who are part of bot swarms, because they're likely to bot swarm more people that I raid and that I follow and that whatever. And then they can participate in hate raids in the distant future, which is part of what they're for. So most of these have a bit of a pattern to their naming. That's like a visual cue that they're all part of one unit. So there's like two names with a 3-digit number at the end or in the middle or at the beginning. And so that was just the formula that developer used to generate the names to register all of those. Another thing I could do is turn on like phone number requirement or email requirement to chat in my stream, but that doesn't help for following, I don't think. So there's not that many that followed before they got squashed. There were more that were sending messages or trying to. Saribot was doing a lot of work that you couldn't see, but I could. So there's like only about 30. I could do them by hand, but it's helpful to know how to do them in a batch. Let me turn off. Oh no, that's not dark mode. That's just how it is. Okay. So let's do follower remover. Login. Now it did flash some keys at the top. I didn't really, not sure that was a good idea, but whatever. I think it's okay. Okay, so this is followed at, I don't know why this is such low resolution, low contrast, but followed at 2156, and before that, all of the ones that followed after GM Raffi. GM Raffi is a real person. I know GM Raffi. But this one follows the same pattern as the others. So this was the first follow that I want to get rid of. So 2153, get a pen. 2153 was the first one. So I really want the cutoff to be anything after 2152. And then anything before The last one was 2156. So it lasted about 3 minutes. And then this was something that happened later, so we can say anything before 2157. So between 2152 and 2157, we want to get all of those followers and block them. So let's do follows from known bot accounts 4. But what are they? I don't know. I'd want to know what they are before I do that. Remove all followers. Do not do that. No, no, no. Followed between. Today is May 21st. That's today. 2152. I need to know when the good ones were that I don't want to get rid of. So these and these was at 2206. And before that, Geomorphy was at 2137. All right, so those are good cutoffs. There's enough time between those events that we can just use these shortcuts, I think. So May 21st. Oh, I can type it in here. Good. So 2145. Yes, so between 2145 and this date at 2200. 22 o'clock. So if they followed between those two times, you can also have a regular expression for the username, which could apply here. There's always some numbers, some letters, but that doesn't tell us a whole lot. Banned from chat, yes. Is disabled, is known bot. So apply filters. Let's turn off the yes here, any. Apply filters. Good. So now we have this sub list that shows just these accounts that have this pattern of a first name, a last name, and a 3-digit number, either before, after, or 2-digit number, either before, after, or in the middle of the names. And those are all, they're all bad. They're all part of the same swarm. Oh, that's dying. Damn thing's important. I won't do it when I have a cat in my lap. Make him dance. But even doing this stuff here, even when we're doing follower remover, it's still worth dancing. It doesn't have to be good dancing. It just has to be vigorous. That's the important thing. Okay, so these are, what are these yeses and nos? Account type, default logo, banned from chat, is known bot. Is known bot. So there's just a handful that are is known bot for this tool that are in Commander Root's database. That reminds me, I am going to copy this and put it in something. I should put it into like a spreadsheet. So that I can give it to the bot developers and say, here's some follow bots I got follow botted by these people. Not that many, but it's something. Some of them can add it. Because a few of these are marked yes to is known bot by Commander Root, but not most of them, because most of them are probably too new. Remove all followers listed below. So now that I've applied filters, and the filtered followers count is 25. So I'm going to deliberately lose 25 followers. It is very easy to make a mistake on this Commander Root website. It is not very rigorous about telling you when you're about to make a mistake. It'll just do it because you told it to. So if you're not careful, you can just erase all your followers, and you could have like 50,000 followers, and then suddenly you have 0 and you can't get them back. So I want to make sure I have done the correct thing. Oh, export all as CSV. That's a good. Export filtered as CSV. That's good. That's helpful. So I've downloaded that. And then I'm going to remove all followers listed below. Remove followers and block them from refollowing. Yes. This will remove and block all listed followers. 25. Are you sure you want to do that? I have confirmed that this is what I want. Yes. And it's working. And removing a follower is done. Feel free to reload the page to check if that is indeed the case. Gameritis Guy said, hi Joe, blocked. Hi Gameritis Guy. I got follow-botted, so I'm showing how to safely and carefully remove all of the unwanted bot followers. So that's done. We did it. Hooray. And Commander Root's doing... Oh, he's not streaming. I don't know what he's doing. It says Path of Exile, but it also is just showing something else. So, whatever. Okay. So that's good. And to be on the safe side, I'm not going to raid because of that follow bot, the follow swarm, even though it's... I did just ban and block all of them, and they aren't showing as being present in chat. I'll just err on the side of caution and not raid in case the attention that's being put on me tonight, having that happen, extends to whoever I raid next. So I just won't. But I will say good night to Gameritis Guy. Thank you for coming by. I'm just wrapping up. Brushed the cat's teeth. Did a bunch of work on my crossword puzzle Twitter bot. Thank you so much, Shannon and Matthew Poco and Uncle Gramps for hanging around and keeping me company while I do some code and clean up my cat's teeth. And I will tomorrow be on Salt and Sass Games playing Ember Knights with Mandy and Suze, who were on the Dice Tower until the Dice Tower kind of wrapped up their podcast last week. Let's see. Salt and Sass Games, which is also a chance to test this.
Out the guys on the way to Trenchtown.
Okay.
I think so. I think
Various
we're about
people
to get trounced.
streamed on that channel at different times.
I don't even know what gun this is I'm using. Like, I don't remember at all. I have so many
What are they
characters on the
playing?
go, I don't know.
Oh,
I only
like
play.
this build.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I only play this character with you guys, so.
Well, this is gonna be a. This will be a. Wait.
I don't know. So that's Mandy and David. I will try to catch you guys tomorrow then. Cool. And then so that's Sunday, and then Monday I'll be streaming here, and Ambi will be streaming on her channel, and we'll be playing some puzzle games. There's lots of puzzle games that we have that we're gonna like fiddle around with. Maybe I'll spin a wheel, see if we pick puzzle games by wheel spinning. I don't know. And then Tuesday I'll be back here with Amanda Panda and Phantom Meeple and Jess CCG, and we'll be talking about doing OBS stuff, Twitch tricks, how to turn me into a wizard automatically, how to have me automatically get up and dance. This is how to turn me into a wizard. This, but how did I do this? How can you do this on your stream? And I'll be I will be learning from Phantom Meeple how to make it so that when I'm streaming with Ambi, she can hear my music when I get up and dance. so that when she's her viewers can also like hear what I'm dancing to. As the goal, as the dream. And that's what I have scheduled, and then I'm gonna be talking to some other friends about some stuff for the following week. But that's the next 4 days. So I'm gonna wrap up without rating, unconventional but safe, and wish you all a very pleasant evening or night or day or time zone. And stay safe and stay healthy, and I'll see you next time. Bye.